Okay. Yo, yo, yo. Okay. Mic is on. We should be good. We should be fine and dandy. Yo. I'm live once again. It's been many moons. Many moons since I have risen. Yeah. I'm gonna play Wordle. I'm gonna play Wordle while I talk. I'll probably put it on screen at some point too. Yeah. I needed some time away from streams. Because I got a little carried away with it, I guess. Like, I was having a lot of fun with it, but I think I was just trying to do things. Hey, yo! Sin! Thank you for the 3-month resub, man. What's up? I'd say it's been a while, but I've already kind of been hanging out with you off stream, so. But good to see you in chat. And thank you so much for the resub. That is very cool. I'll never know how to properly thank someone for a sub or something. But it does mean a lot. Thank you so much. How are you doing? How are you doing? Never mind. Yeah, I was just talking about how I needed a little bit of a break from streams. And it was a much needed break. I still don't know necessarily if I'm ready to return to streaming, but I'm at the point now where I don't think I'll know for sure until I try. What the fuck is this? Wait, what is this music? What the fuck? It's not how I remember it sounding. Hang on. I'm trying to listen to the Miss Pac-Man OST. That was the PS1 version, so maybe this one is better. There we go. I don't know why it was pitched up like that. Yo, what's up, T1? How you doing? Why can't I see chat on screen? What even is this plugin that I use? Oh yeah, oh, I need to open Caster Labs, that's right. That would be it. So you just got home and you were watching Emily play RE9 on Insanity. Well, I hope you're able to wind it down. And such. Okay, we should be able to see chat now. I think moving forward, even if today isn't the day that kicks me off on starting to stream again, because again, I'm still not sure. I think I'm gonna take streaming a little less seriously moving forward. I've already made steps today. Instead of making a thumbnail for every single stream, I'm just gonna have like the same thumbnail for YouTube streams for every stream. I'm trying to figure out what things I need to cut out of the process of streaming, and I feel like that really isn't all that important. I think moving forward, it's going to be a matter of what brings me pure joy in streaming. Those are the things I'm going to focus on, less on what's going to get me views and shit. I think that's going to have to be how we do things, and I think it'll make me happier, and I think it'll prevent future burnout. Save thumbnails for things you're really excited for. I don't even know if I want to do all that. We'll see. I don't know. I'm gonna take it one day at a time right now. I'm not even gonna make stream schedules for a while. I'm sure I'll be ready to make stream schedules again at some point, but right now, at least for maybe like next few weeks, maybe even longer, I'm just taking it, I'm just gonna focus on today. I might play more Bonanza today. I missed that game. But right now, I just want to hang out and see how I feel about streaming right now. There was a while there where I didn't feel like doing anything, like a good couple weeks, where I was just like, I was just burnt out. I was just creatively burnt out, just on everything. I didn't feel like doing anything at all. Thankfully, I got back into making videos. I posted a Gintama video essay on the Red Spider arc. I'm mostly happy with the way that video turned out. I had to edit some stuff because copyright bullshit. Currently working on a Sophia the First and Elena of Avalor little retrospective video. That one's taken quite a while to make. It's over 30 minutes long, and the amount of B-roll I'm needing to collect is not a small amount. Especially when there's parts where I need to specifically reference moments from those shows, and I'm like, so when did this happen again? Because I wrote the majority of the script for that video like over a year ago, and I'm just now, I finished the script, and now I've voiced over it, and now I'm trying to finish the video. Now I'm trying to add the visuals to the video. But now, like, right before I started stream, I'm trying to find a part from Elena that's gonna be a good visual for something I'm referencing in the script, but it's very specific, and I don't know what episodes that happens in. So yeah, maybe a good idea for me to go live to take a break from that, because I was searching for that for a while, couldn't find it. I recommend easing in with something simple you don't have to focus on, like an arcade game. Honestly, Bonanza's good for that. So I'm glad I'm playing Bonanza right now, because I know that'll be a game I can just jump right into and just have fun with. I've also been playing some games off stream, just for myself. I returned to some childhood games, such as this. I played a little bit of Miss Pac-Man Maze Madness. Cute little game. And then I played some classic Battlefront. I played some new Battlefront too, but I'll be honest, there's some really good stuff in the new Battlefront 2, well, the newer one. I just don't like the... what do you call it? I don't like the main game mode as much compared to like the main game mode from classic Battlefronts, because it has that whole thing where you have to like board the ships and stuff, and it's just like the games like drag on for a while. It's just not as it just kind of like it just gets kind of monotonous playing the new Battlefront. So I ended up just going back to the classics, and those are way more addicting. Getting good at mines. I'm playing Wordle literally right as we speak, but I'll probably put it on screen later. It's just something for my hands to do. Yeah, I replayed some of the Mario parties. Oh, hey! What is that? Oh, it's a 4 months from Boop. Thank you so much, man. Let me move the alerts so you can actually like read them when they pop up. Thank you so much for the 4-month resub. That's huge. I hope you're doing well, dude. Battlefront 2 had conquest mode. Oh, Galactic Conquest? Yeah. That's another thing that the new one didn't... Because I was trying to look through the newer Battlefront to see if it had, like, an equivalent mode. It really doesn't. Which is another reason I just would prefer to return to the classics. Yeah, I replayed, you know, the N64 Mario parties, the GameCube ones, and then, more recently, like, within the last few days, I finished up 100%ing Mario Wonder, because I did beat that game on stream a couple years ago, but I opened it back up just to see what I missed. I actually missed quite a bit, so I, pretty much got the rest of the collectibles and stuff, and I'm not gonna lie, not the most satisfying, 100% grind, not the worst, because I've played some games that have really bad 100% grinds, to where it's like, it's just miserable. That game wasn't miserable, it was just kind of boring, because replaying those Wonder stages, they don't, I don't know, like, unless you activate the Wonder Seeds, they're kind of boring. Like, the stages themselves, they just... I think they relied too much on the Wonder Seed mechanic. So, I'll have to see how I feel about, like, a proper replay on that game at some point, but... and then after that, like, yesterday or 2 days ago, I started, Yoshi's Woolly World. I've really been enjoying that. It's too early for me to say, but I kind of think I like that more than Mario Wonder. It has a much more satisfying gameplay loop for me, especially because I try to look out for all the secrets and stuff, and for me, the secrets are way more satisfying to find in Woolly World than in Wonder. And yeah, those are the games I've been playing. It's been nice to go back to just gaming for myself. Hey, what's up, Snivy? And then of course I watched the Prima Invitational. It was kind of a bittersweet thing for me. But to be honest, I just eventually got to the point while watching it where I was just like, you know what? I'm just gonna enjoy this for what this is. Not think too much about the fact that, I could have been a part of this, but I had to back out for health reasons. Physical and mental. I don't know when y'all are gonna see me playing Crossworlds again. I'm not too, my heart's not in Crossworlds right now. To be honest. Like, I look at Sonic stuff right now and I just feel nothing. That's what happens when I burn out on stuff. I need to be careful about hyperfixating on things like that. Because even if it's something like Sonic that I love, I focus on it too much at once. And I knew this before, but I just forgot. I just wasn't being mindful of the fact that, yeah, that happens. Okay, what the fuck is, what could this possibly be? Like, what could possibly go in between this and the inn? Because the inn clearly needs to go here. Oh, blown. Okay, I got it. So, the original plan was, after I beat Bonanza, was to put a poll out to the community to ask if y'all wanted me to play Sonic Riders or Sonic Rush. But I think, honestly, we'll have to see how I feel after Bonanza. I think I'm way overdue to play through Majora's Mask. I've never beaten that game. I've, like, played it before, but I've never beaten it. So I need to beat that game. And I also got the, I got the PC port of it. The one that's like the widescreen 60 FPS, super, like the recomp. So, Much like with my first experience of Unleashed, I guess I'm gonna beat Majora's Mask through the recomp. I'm not gonna add so much that that I ruin the original experience, but I mean, because that's the thing, right? Is like putting an N64 game on an HD monitor like this. It's gonna show some blemishes. So I think playing a remaster of an N64 game that is still faithful, like from what I've seen from this recomp, I think that's probably gonna be the ideal way to play that game. Otherwise, you know, play it on like a CRT or something. Do what makes you happy and take care of yourself. Yeah, you know Ball T1. What's up, Deadbolt? Oh, you missed me? I don't know, man. I'm just a fella. I'm just here. Oh. Okay, maybe it's just so y'all can see what I'm reacting to. What about Woody? But yeah, glad to see you too. I've also been taking more time to just spend like quality time with old and new friends off stream, because I haven't really done that in a long time, and I haven't done that at all with my new friends. So I'm definitely gonna focus on that more for now than like collab stuff on stream. Because there was certain unhealthy, I don't know, I just don't like, I don't like the idea of the only time I spend with people is through like a live stream, and it being through the pretense of making content. I kind of just like hanging out with people for the sake of it, and with there being no promise of, you know, something coming out of it. Which I do think I can also adapt that mindset for when I'm live, but I just think there's a certain special quality to just hanging out with people for the sake of it. Also, you can't do watch parties on stream. At least not for movies. Like I watched Ponyo with Twee and Aya the other day. Couldn't have done that on stream. So... But I don't want to completely stop streaming, because I do enjoy doing it. I just need to remember how to do it for the fun of it, because the way I see it, if I'm not gonna get as lucky as other people, then I might as well have fun with it. Do what I want, do it purely for the joy of it. I don't have any other options right now for... And that's the thing, is I don't think I'm gonna try to make streaming a career right now. If ever. Because I've been thinking about, like, just throughout my life, the times where I've tried to make creative stuff into a career, and it just never works out. Because it just makes me end up hating the creative thing. So... That was an event. So the way I see it, there's just way too much out of my control right now. And... I figure I might as well just focus on making my life as enjoyable as I can. Maybe I need to stop holding myself up to the same standards as people that are healthy and have the ability to be more self-sustaining. And even they're struggling right now. So. Okay, I think I'm focusing too much on the T. Actually, no, there is a T in this word, though. Oh, we know where the E and T go now. Now I gotta figure out what the other words are that are even in this, or letters that are in this word. What about fetch? Nope. Wait, what could possibly... Wetch? None of these are words. That's not a word. Etch? I'm gonna end up saying a fucking... some kind of derogatory word. Okay. That's a word, I guess. Oh, yeah! I should put on words on stream at some point, maybe. The problem with that, though, is if I do that, that's all chat will be. And right now, I want to catch up. So maybe not the best idea at the moment. But yeah, I would like to get back to streaming at least a couple times a week. I think maybe... I don't know. For now, for now, I'm just gonna take it one day at a time and just... if I feel like going live, I'll go live. Probably won't be any earlier than right now. And just in general, want to put less effort into them. Make less promises that I can't keep, such as forming a team and trying to compete in a tournament. Unfortunately, that's just the kind of thing I can't do. But I'm glad y'all seemed to have fun. And, yeah, I think taking a break from Sonic stuff is definitely good too, because when, like, the next big thing gets announced, I want to, like, actually be excited for it and not just be like, okay, yep. Just feel, like, indifferent to it. But time is the greatest healer, as they say. Really, my main focus right now is my Sophia the First and Elena of Avalor video. I want to try to finish that before I get burnt out on that. Pretty much all I need to do is just finish adding the B-roll to it. And there's some parts that I need to re-record, and then I thought of another section to record and add, but it's just like, it's a pretty small section. So... really just a lot of tedious work on it, but I should be able to finish it. I'll be happy when that's out. I've been wanting to make that video for quite a while. I basically have just been like returning to old video scripts and you know, trying to finish them and make videos out of them. I don't know what my next video is going to be after that. I don't know if I've thought about it. I think I have some other unfinished scripts. Actually, now I'm thinking about it. I want to go look. See what other unfinished scripts I've got. Let's see. I've had ideas for Freeman videos, but I don't know. Maybe I just need to sit down and try to write one, but I don't feel like I have any real concrete... I don't know, I just haven't, like... I don't think I have any, like... I don't have any specific topics that I want to talk about. I love that show. I love it so much, but I just... I don't know, maybe I need more time to think on it. Let's see, you've got the Noel Black Clover video. What is this script looking like? Yeah, so this script is literally just... It's not even a script, it's just me making notes on pretty much every single chapter that she appears in. So that's useful. That'll be a good starting off point. I got up to chapter 222. Man, I still got quite a bit to go through with that. I also need to catch up to Black Clover, I think. I think I'm behind a few chapters on that. Oh yeah, there was a Hunter x Hunter video I was working on like years ago that I never finished. There's quite a few Hunter x Hunter videos ideas in here. There's one video where I was what was the title for this? Did I make a title for this? Oh yeah, what would your nin power be? Yeah, I remember because I studied like the nin system in Hunter x Hunter and tried to make like basically like a test that you could take so like you could determine like what your nin power would be, and I think I did it for myself. I don't know how far I got in this. There's a couple pages. A few pages. Huh, yeah, that could definitely be an interesting one. And I haven't even opened up my video ideas doc yet. Where did that go? There it is. I've got so for my video ideas doc, I literally just here, let me switch over so you can't. Yeah, so for my video ideas doc, I literally just type down like I type out like titles, and then I'll make like notes to go along with them. The contemplative beauty of Vagabond. The Vagabond of another Vagabond video would be tricky because I've already talked about it so much in one of my other videos. The manga that will never end but doesn't need to. I know that's also about Vagabond. The accidental beauty of Born Again Season 1. For Daredevil Born Again Season 1. Talk about how Season 1 accidentally perfectly captures the detached nature of grieving. The show doesn't feel like Daredevil, and neither does Matt feel like himself. His environment, friends, and job are different. He feels alienated from his own life, and so does the show. The weird, hazy look of the show gives it this detached, dreamlike quality. It's a living, surreal nightmare. Yeah, that's something I've been thinking about. I think I came up with that video idea like while like doing the dishes or something. So that's something that could be interesting to tap into. Comedy is pain. Oh, that's a topic I've thought about for a long time. Talk about how humor is a mask for trauma. What Sonic Racing Crossworlds items should have been. I don't know if I'm the best creator to make that kind of video. I'm sure somebody else has already made that kind of video. Ryder reacts to the soul of Sonic stories. It's interesting that I've already seen that video though. Was that before I watched it? I doubt it. Huh, I don't know what my idea was for that. Oh yeah, that was a... How to bring back the Babylon Rogues? Oh, I actually already made this video. I made this into a short, so I can delete this. Yeah. The storytelling potential of Sonic? That could be good. I thought that said the Hawktua instead of the harsh truth. The harsh truth about finishing a book. Who knows what was on my mind when I wrote that idea down. Ragatha is not a bad person, actually. I think what people are missing in both the writing behind Ragatha's character and also in themselves and other people is that it's more complicated than just people pleaser bad. I'm bad. Just because someone doesn't have the healthiest mindset for themselves and might hurt others sometimes, that doesn't mean their heart is in the wrong place. We should absolutely take responsibility for our actions, but also be open to the fact that we're so broken that we're just prone to lashing out sometimes. Dame, you can tell this comes from personal experience. Whatever the case, it's amazing that you're thinking of yourself critically. You might feel lost right now, but all paths lead some— Holy fire writing! You might feel lost right now, but all paths lead somewhere. Holy shit. Yo, that's definitely going in that video. And if you're trying your best to get better, then it can only ever turn out good in the end. Yeah, true. Dude, I wrote this like at least over a year ago. I think this is my first time seeing this since then. If you don't know who you are, that just means you're probably in the process of discovering your true self. The veil, the fake you, is falling away and revealing the natural, best version of you. Damn. Yeah, I'm excited to make my Digital Circus character analysis videos. Especially my Ragatha one. That'll probably be the first one that I do. She's the one I relate to the most. The value of connections. Roz, Freerin, and Pomni. Wait, who's Roz? from Monsters, Inc.? Wait, who the fuck is Roz? I know that's not Roz from Monsters, Inc. Wait. Hold on. Wait, let me type that— let me just Google that, Roz. Who could that be referring to? Yeah, all that's— oh, it's probably— yeah, it's the main character from The Wild Robot. That makes a lot more sense. Oh my god. That's so funny. I was like, who the fuck is Roz? Oh, that makes way more sense though. That could be a good video for sure. What true sci-fi looks like, a video about Minority Report. Ooh. Stories that changed my life, Gintama, Andor, and Vagabond. See, I wonder if this was before I wrote my video about trauma. Because that talks about Vagabond and a little bit of Gintama. So I wonder if that idea turned into that video. But we need to get more music going. What's another video game OST I can put on? I do Bonanza, but I don't want to hear spoilers. Not that music is spoilers, but you know. Can't do Star Wars Battlefront, because that's all, John Williams music. That's an easy copyright strike. Well, I'm playing through Yoshi's Woolly World, so... Oh, I'll do the Mario Wonder soundtrack. There you go, that way I don't have to worry about spoilers. Alright, back to my Daki. A warning about blind faith and messianic figures. Robot and monster? Oh my god, I remember I watched this, like, video about that Nickelodeon show, Robot and Monster, and there's, like, some, like, genuinely, like, fucked up deep shit in there. I would need to rewatch that show first. What did I write here? Going into an essay about the danger of messianic figures, you might expect the topic to revolve around stories such as Dune, Star Wars, or Attack on Titan, but not today. where we will be studying something far more disturbing. Far more disturbing, unhinged, and tragic. Nickelodeon's Robot and Monster. Okay, this is meant to be a shitpost. Kind of like my Zaz video. The other day, when searching for Donkey Kong Bonanza theory videos, I happened upon this video by... apparently I forgot the person's name. It chronicles the tragic life of the character Ogo, which we will be diving into ourselves in a moment. But one thing that unnerved me was the lore in the series, revolving around Bacon and the deital figure that created it. Dude, that could be a banger. That could be... maybe I should save that for next year's... maybe I should make that a April Fool's video. I totally forgot I made that fucking... Wait, what is this? Art that transcends depression. Doom 2016 and Eternal. Attack on Titan. What does that mean? Art that transcends depression? I need to leave more notes when I make these... when I put these ideas down, because what did I mean by that? Art that transcends depression? What does Doom have to do with that? Hey, what's up, Avant? Hope you're doing good. I think I've already told you this, but you should feel very proud of how that event turned out. Especially because so much was going against y'all on that, but y'all made it happen anyway. It was a lot of fun to watch. Maybe next time... no, I won't say that. Okay, I'll say this. Maybe next time so many people won't back out. And maybe next time everyone will have a good reason. Anyway. No, but for real, that was, I'm really happy that, the Team Dino was still able to get things going even without me. Expressing... I think I meant feelings. Expressing feelings that aren't yours. I think... Music is way too fucking loud, I can't think. Expressing feelings that aren't yours. I know what I meant by this. This is like the concept of like writing about things and experiences that you haven't necessarily experienced yourself, which I think happens to a lot of writers. Like... Sorry. Good song, but I can't think over this. Oh, it's over. Here, let me put on, here we go. So, like, it could be something as simple as, like, a male writer writing a female character. You know, something like that. I don't know exactly what I would dive into for this video idea, but I'm definitely gonna hold on to this. You still matter, Sophia the First. Thumbnail says Cedric the Sensational Uncle. Oh, that's cute. Oh, wait, what does that mean? You still matter. I guess it would be about Cedric. I wonder what exactly... I mean, I'm definitely gonna make a Cedric video at some point, so... I already know that. I am interested in the expressing feelings that aren't yours. Seems to be an interesting topic. Yeah, I mean, I don't know... I probably would have to talk about some of my own writing for that. And maybe give examples from existing stuff, too. Damn, I forgot I made these notes. The Lessons of Sophia the First, Ice Skating episode, Cedric's arc, first Vivian episode, the elf situation. The elf situation is crazy. I don't remember what the lesson was in the elf situation episode. Oh yeah, I was talking about this on Aya's stream the other day. Anakin the Good Guy. A video highlighting his best qualities. I think a lot of people that analyze Anakin's character, you know, a lot of the time they focus on like the dark aspects. You know, him, the tragedy, him turning into Darth Vader and everything. But I think like in Clone Wars in particular, there's just so much, there's so much to, there's so much to talk about with him, just as like, him just being a really good person before all that happened. I think, like, Anakin became he became Vader because he's such a hyper empathetic and hyper emotional and very caring person that when he wasn't able to, you know, protect people in the way he wanted to, it kind of just like broke him. It's kind of what happened to Eren too. My second childhood? I forgot. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm going through right now. My second childhood. Because a few years ago, I kind of, like, found out how to like, recapture, like, childhood whimsy and stuff that I'd lost for so many years, for, like, the majority of my life. Honestly, I think now, despite the stuff I go through sometimes, I think now I'm happier than I've ever been, even when I was a kid. That's from what I remember, because when I was a kid, I was very, just, overwhelmed by things. I feel like my childhood innocence didn't necessarily last very long. I'm definitely not innocent now, but I definitely think I am happier, because I'm, it's because of my outlook on life now. When nobody loves you as much as you love them. Honestly, that could also tie into, like, Anakin. Specifically Anakin, yeah. Like, the sort of people who are just, who are so hyper... like, hyper empathetic, I guess, and, like, just have very strong, intense feelings about people. Just by nature. And they don't always get that reciprocated back to them. Not because the other people don't care, it's just that their brains are wired differently, and, you know, nobody's really in the wrong there, but sometimes, you know, bad things can come out of that sort of situation. Who would I talk about in that? I would talk about, like, I guess Anakin. I'm not a huge fan of, like, the Netflix Castlevania show, but I think Alucard from that show could definitely apply to that. You know what? Actually, this might have been before I made my Protectors video. Here, I'll show you what I mean. I'm not gonna show the whole video, but it's actually my best performing video on my essay channel. This one, when protectors fail to protect. Honestly, this video is kind of, I think that's what that idea turned into. Because in this, I talked about Anakin, Eren, Shadow, Gon, Gintoki, or maybe that was more Takasugi. Yeah, that was more Takasugi. Mobius In from Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Obi-Wan being an example of, I guess, more positive outlook on that. Kurapika as a more negative. Chrollo. RC from Transformers Prime. Guts. And then that I guess that just tied it all together. I'm still really proud of this video. The narration could maybe be a little better, but a video about Cass and Griffith. Cass being Cassandra from the Tangled series. If you've seen the series, maybe you will know why I would draw some comparisons between her and Griffith. Obviously, Griffith is way fucking worse, but yeah. I don't know exactly. I guess just the concept of just being like someone who sacrifices their loved ones, I guess, for a goal that they've strived for the whole life. Christmas movie tier list. That could be a lot of fun. I could do that on stream. Tangled series music tier list. Oh, I need to do that for Elena and Sophia too. Change your perspective. Make a video talking about changing your perspective. Coraline, One Magic Christmas, and Jill from Berserk. One Magic Christmas? I think I know what that movie is. That was probably right after I watched that movie. This is a touchy subject and not everything works for everyone. but I know from my own experience that much of what I'll talk about is effective. Oh, this was like me starting to write the script, I guess. I love studying art to discover things about myself and other people. The Tangled show is a dream come true. Talk about how it takes the wonderful characters and charm of the film and deepens them further. In the background collage, use Rapunzel's hair from the intro drawings to separate the images. The background collage? I have no idea what that means. I don't know what I meant by that. Oh yeah, this was a video that I never finished. I like narrated and everything, but I don't know. Yeah, it was about this like stop motion movie that came out. About this like Christmas movie about an owl. I remember I like recorded the script and finished it. I remember the script is longer than this too. Maybe it has its own doc. Oh no, here's the rest of the script, okay. I don't know why I didn't finish that. I think I don't know. Have you been following up with the Tangled series for a while, or did Ims get... Oh yeah, no, I got into it before Ims did. Been seeing her bring that show, binging that show for a month and reposting stuff related to the show. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I actually, in my Sophia the First and Elena video, I think those shows are better than the Tangled series. The Tangled series I have a lot of problems with. I just do really enjoy it. It just made some decisions that I wasn't super happy with. But I also want to make videos on that show as well, because there's a lot of good in there. The horrifying power of loss. I think some of this theme made its way into the Protectors video. Talk about how... Oh, this is like this is more about martyrs. Talk about how powerful figures become more powerful after they're dead. Their followers and or loved ones become motivated more than ever to fight for the thing they wanted to protect. Yeah. Dune Part 2. Marva from Andor. The Destruction of Alderaan. Fives from Clone Wars. I guess Lelouch from Code Geass. Attack on Titan. Coulson's death in The Avengers. Harvey Dent's death in The Dark Knight. Yeah. Yeah, those are all solid examples for that. That could be a good video. When your parents abandon you, speaking of Tangled, for these videos, swear in the beginning to prevent them from being made for kids. Yeah. That's what I'm having to do in my Sophia the First and Elena video. Rapunzel coming of age video. She struggles with the burden and anxiety of having to make difficult decisions. Kind of similar to Elena, actually. A video about Maul and Sauvage's desperation to feel kinship. Yeah, that would be about Clone Wars. I got a lot more Clone Wars ideas than I remember. A video talking about my stories from random writing. Random writing. Oh, that's another one of my docs, I think. The spiritual connection between Gintoki and Tsukuyo. Oh, that could be good. Totally forgot I've forgotten about like 90% of these. Which is why it's good to make notes. The power of impulse, Kung Fu Panda. When addiction is useful. Oh, these are like alternate titles for Kung Fu Panda. Poe and the power of addiction. Talk about how in Kung Fu Panda, Poe uses his flaw, his food addiction, as a superpower against Tai Lung. The movie criticizes but also displays the importance of being empty and patient. Sometimes you can hone your flaws and impulses to do productive and healthy things. That could be a banger video. Because I know from experience, like trying to find a balance between giving in to like human impulses and like learning how to turn your flaws and your your impulses into productive things, but also knowing how to distance yourself from that stuff and learning how to sort of just become empty and the sort of benefits from stepping away from your ego. Yeah, that could be an amazing video. Misery is power. Damn. I didn't even know what was on my mind when I thought of that one. I didn't even know what examples I could use for that. Don't get out of your comfort zone, actually. Anticipation is the worst part. Yeah, I think that's the concept of like The concept of love. The concept of love. No, the concept of like the anxiety building up to doing a thing is much worse than just actually doing it, basically. I don't know what exactly examples from media I would use for that. Does anybody have any ideas off the top of their head? I don't know. I'm sure I was thinking of something when I wrote that down, but... RC and the Burden of Loss. Transformers Prime. Yeah, actually some of that made its way into the Protectors video, but that could still be a video. A standalone video on its own. The agonizing reality of Crollo Lucilfer. My approach to this essay is going to be one of relating to Crollo. There are aspects of his character that strike an eerily accurate chord to how I feel in some ways. Perhaps I'm just projecting and we are actually nothing alike, but maybe through my analysis of his character, you will get a sense of my reality and understand why I have a hard time completely associating myself with others in the first place. But more than that, I hope that you will learn more about Crollo, or at the very least see him in a different perspective than you might now. I dare not describe what I think exactly happened to Sarasa. I will take those words to my grave. Damn, okay. Yeah, that could be a really good one too. Some of that made its way into the Protectors video, but I intentionally left some of that out so that could be its own video. Yeah, Crollo is a insanely complex and amazing character. Snapcube Sonic Timeline explained. I totally forgot I had this idea. Eggman is Shadow's father. He says he created him in SA2 on accident, but confirms it in 06. I don't know if that's the kind of video I would make now, but maybe I'll give that idea to someone else. I read Vagabond at the perfect time. Very true. Very true. The freedom of missing out. Bring up how I don't care that I'm a virgin. I like how of all notes I could have made for that video, it's that. But that's true. That's true. I still love that title idea though. Instead of the fear of missing out, the freedom of missing out. God, there's so much I could say on that. I don't even know if there's any examples from media I could use for that. I'm sure there is, but I can't think of anything. A video ranking all of the opening quotes from Clone Wars? Maybe I wouldn't do one... How about analyzing all of the opening quotes from Clone Wars? I don't think there's any value in ranking them, but I think studying each one and like breaking each one down I think would make a lot more sense. Videos going over my Pinterest boards. This video I did make. Yeah, I did make that video. Did Rades learn from Fuegoleon? I've been rereading Black Clover and I noticed a cool little detail. In chapter 31, when Asta is fighting Rades Spirito, Rades charges up a strong defensive spell. Captain Fuegoleon comes in and teaches Asta the power of focus and skill. By focusing his magic into one narrow attack, he also inspires Leopold and Noelle to change their perspective. Jump forward to chapter 214 when the battle with the reincarnated elves has come to an end, and the majority of them are finally heading to the afterlife for good. Rades does something interesting. He focuses his power to yoink Patri's soul out of the sky and puts it into Lich's artificial body. Maybe this is a stretch, but I can't help feel but he learned this. I can't help but feel like he learned from his loss from Fuegoleon. I'm surprised I didn't make that video. I think that could just be like a short. I should, hell, I could crank that out in like a day probably. I need to make that. Just like a nice, just an interesting little detail I noticed from Black Clover. Authenticity is not cringe. Damn. That's actually a concept I've been thinking... This was before I even watched Freerun. But it's a concept I've been thinking about a lot more after watching Freerun. After watching reactions to season 1, because I watched season 1 like last year, but after watching reactions to season 1 recently, oh my god, Roasted! Thank you for the, wait, resubscribe for 1 month, subscribe for, whatever, you've subbed for 3 months total. I don't know what that is, but, yeah, thank you, appreciate it. And good to see you again. I mean, technically I saw you in Discord earlier, but yeah. Yeah, thank you so much. Damn, this, what, 4 subs? 3 or 4 subs just in this one stream? Yeah, 3. Damn, thank you guys. It's weird, because I don't know, man, I'm just like here, just like, not really caring about content anymore. I'm just here to just entertain myself and just chill out. Trying to return to the joy of streaming for the sake of it and not trying to grow. I think the most natural growth is going to come from me just doing my thing and not worrying about it too much. But yeah, thank you for the resub. Thank you so much. Comes back to the concept of authenticity is not cringe. I hope you can feel my authenticity. Got a lot of chores, I'll be lurking. Good luck. Speaking of, apparently, Fox McCloud is in the Mario Galaxy movie. There's a lot of controversy around the Mario Galaxy movie. I have the feeling all this controversy around that movie, because a lot of the criticisms I'm hearing is that it's just a very nothing burger. Like, there's not a lot going on story-wise with the movie, which is disappointing, because I feel like it's a concept I talk about in my Sophia the First and Elena of Avalor video, which I think those shows do very well, is I think kids deserve stories that, you know, are meaningful and challenge them to think, and are just very highly creative movies and stories. So if the Mario Galaxy movie doesn't do that, that's disappointing. However, I have a feeling most people aren't going to care about that with the Mario Galaxy movie. I have a feeling this is really only something you're going to see from, like, you know, internet analyst people. And hey, you know what? If I ever see the Mario Galaxy movie, which I probably will at some point when it comes to streaming, I might end up talking about that myself. But yeah, most people aren't going to care, which sucks, because I think people should care about the art they're consuming, because it makes us all better and smarter people. If we're consuming things that are good for us, that makes us think, that challenge us. What's that? I forget who says it, but there's that quote of, like, good art. I'm paraphrasing the hell out of this, but, like, good art. I don't think he says good art, but, like, good art disturbs the comfortable and comforts the disturbed. I'm paraphrasing, but you know, there's nothing wrong with stuff that doesn't really mean anything. But it's like, because that's the thing, right? Is like the Mario games, most of them, especially now, don't really have anything going on narratively. You're kind of just there to just, you know, wahoo. You know, that's okay. However, if you're going to transfer Mario into a film, into the medium of a movie, and you don't do anything different with it on a narrative level, like you don't take it that extra step further to make it an engaging story, then it's like, why are we making the movie, you know? Like, if you're already doing the whole, you know, just for this, you know, like, because, like, their whole thing is, like, yeah, we just want, like, the Mario games to just be, like, you know, just fun. You don't have to think about anything. It's just whimsy. You know, that's cool. But it's, like, if you're not doing anything with a different medium, then you might as well just make another game and not... Which they're doing anyway, but... You know. That's how I feel about the first Mario movie, anyway. I haven't seen Mario Galaxy. I can't really have thoughts on that yet. Power in motionlessness. Yeah. Ranking Black Clover volume covers? I guess. Maybe that could be a fun... I still haven't done like a proper... Other than streams, I haven't done like a proper collab video with Aya yet. We've been talking about doing stuff for years, we just haven't really nailed down an idea yet. That could be something fun I could do with Aya, though. I could also maybe just stream that? I don't know. Camp Cretaceous and Chaos Theory is severely slept on. I need to rewatch those shows before I go making a video on them. Finally giving Black Clover the analysis it always deserved. Well, when I make that video, it's definitely not going to have that title. My comfort stories I always return to. Lord of the Rings, Disney's Dinosaur, Vagabond, Treasure Planet, Jurassic Park. Honestly, I might add Freerun to that list. And Black Clover, for that matter. The universal truth of Vagabond. The prevailing humanity of Rohan. Dude, I love everything to do with Rohan in Lord of the Rings movies. It adds so much. It adds so much depth to those movies. Fairy tales are needed now more than ever. Yeah. I don't know about more than ever, but they definitely are needed now. My experience... This isn't even a title, this is just something I wrote. My experience reading Vagabond for the first time is, frankly, something I have a hard time describing with words. As I was reading this manga, I felt like I was evolving with Musashi. Moments in the chapters where he became enlightened happened scarily close to me having those relations in real life. Maybe I meant myself. I kid you not, within days of having a certain revelation, this panel came up in my read-through. Oh yeah, I am nothing. If I'm destined to die, that's okay too. Yeah, I need to make that video. Short Kings turned into jokes. A Zahn and Gimli video. Talk about how these amazing characters are heavily undermined by becoming comedic relief. Yeah. Yeah, Gimli from Lord of the Rings. And then a Zahn from Berserk, yeah. I feel like those are both characters with wasted potential. I'm not saying they couldn't also have those comedic relief aspect. There's a problem with Berserk. The main cast in Berserk gets way too big. Cause like, I liked it when it was like, Guts. It was Guts, Puck, Shirk, Farnese, Serpico, and then I forget the boy's name. And I forget the girl fairy's name too, or elf. That was like, I think they should have stopped there with like the main cast. I think when they started adding in like Farnese's brother, Azan, I think there was one or two more. Then it started to just get kind of like, there just wasn't much. None of the characters really stood out anymore, except for Guts. Especially like, even back when it was just like, when it was those other characters, even Puck was already like, felt kind of just useless. Because when it was just Guts and Puck, I actually liked Puck a lot in the Conviction arc. Or is it the Conviction arc? Yeah, like, Conviction arc I think was the last time where Puck was, like, meaningful to the narrative. After that, he's kind of just there. Because that's the problem is, like, the bigger the cast gets in Berserk, the more the characters are just kind of there. Oh yeah, Casca was there with them too, but she was potato brain, so... yeah, that's definitely a criticism I have for Berserk. Which, honestly, I think I have more problems with Berserk than I do the other top 3 seinen, you know, Vagabond and Vinland Saga. So, as much as I love Berserk, I do think it's my least favorite of the 3. Which is crazy to say. But yeah, I mean... I do think... I don't know, because like, I think I have... I don't know, I've got a different sort of connection with each of those series. All 3 of them are very special to me. But... where Berserk feels like it kind of waffles on at points. I don't think I ever felt that with Vinland or Vagabond, because I remember there was a point. I remember talking to a friend about this. I was like, yeah, there's a point in Vinland Saga where that happens too, where the cast just gets too big, like it does in Berserk, and it feels like none of the characters really matter anymore. But then I reread Vinland, and I was like, no, that's not a problem at all. Like, everyone is still very standout. Like, the cast never feels like it gets too big or muddied in Vinland. Unfortunately, that doesn't ring true for Berserk, but yeah. Also, Vinland Saga actually ended. That's the thing. I think Berserk will end at some point. Under the new team, it will end eventually. I don't think Vagabond's ever going to end. I think Inoue just got burnt out on writing it, but as we saw in my notes earlier, I do want to make a video talking about how Vagabond is never going to end, but it doesn't really need to, because thematically, I think it's pretty much tied up all the loose ends. The only thing we didn't get to see is the final fight with Musashi and Kojiro, and I'm sure there's some stuff that we would have gotten out of that. But also, I think the farm arc being able to wrap up when it did, I think that's really all we needed for the story to feel like it came to a good conclusion. I think the Kojiro, I think really all we're missing out on in Vagabond is maybe like an epilogue, which feels weird to say, because I guess the true climax would have been... You would think, because it would be action-packed, that the true climax would be Kojiro versus Musashi. But honestly, I really think the story, like the themes and characterization, like Musashi's arc really sort of comes full circle at the end of the farm arc. I think that's really where the story wraps up. I think anything past that is basically just an epilogue. I've never even really thought about that before until talking about it just now. Well, I need to write that down, actually. Hang on. Yeah. I'm gonna write it under this. Okay, Vagabond basically ended with the farm arc. Is the themes and characterization for story and Musashi are come to a satisfying conclusion. The fight between Musashi and Kojiro basically would have just been an epilogue. Shit, maybe that'll be my next video. That's scary though, because the problem with making videos about manga, like, collecting B-roll for shows and movies already takes long enough as it is. But fucking doing it for manga, because not only do you have to go through the whole story and find the exact panels you need, you know, for the parts of the video that match with the parts of the video where you mention stuff, but also you need to do something. You need to do visually interesting things with the manga panels. I don't know if I'm gonna go as hard as I did in my trauma video, because there's a big section about Vagabond in there, and I tried to, like, every second that there was a panel on screen, I tried to make it visually interesting. But honestly, I watched like a fairy tale breakdown recently, where they broke down like the manga. The video was just like a nice, simple, just like It had like what it did. I think what it did to make the video feel not completely amateurish was it had like nice transitions between the panels, but it just showed the panels as they were. It didn't do any crazy edits. It just like was just a nice like scroll or a zoom on each panel. And I think that's probably the approach I need to take for my next video that uses a lot of manga panels. Because, man, that video took forever to make. Because of that. Infinite wisdom of children's. The thumbnail says something about rediscovering your inner child. Yeah, man, I've already kind of made a few videos on that. Wolfgang Grimmer is a narrative achievement monster. Dude, fuck it. Dude, look at all this I wrote for him. Grimmer's introduction has helped me to rethink the way I've been writing one of the main characters from my novel, Hidden Fangs, named Roger Cranesfield. There was something about him that just instantly drew me in, a trademark of Urasawa's character work. The problem I'd been having with Roger's introduction is that he acts far too goofy for the situation he's in. I wanted to show what kind of guy he is, but I also wanted to set the tone of the story with an unnerving setting. Looking at Grimmer's first scene has really opened my eyes to a far more effective and tonally balanced way to go about this sort of character. The Grimmer I thought I knew and the Grimmer I know now after completing Monster are a bit different, the biggest of which being the fact that his smile is fake. I thought he was more like my character Roger, who is very in tune with himself and has gone through agonizing hell and came out of it a stronger and wiser man. But now I see that Grimmer is actually a lot more like Elmer C. Albatross from Baccano, who, funny enough, Roger was hugely inspired by early on. I'm not going to get too deep into Elmer here so as to avoid spoiler territory, and he deserves a deep dive in his own right, but here are two people who were tormented as children and do not know or have long forgotten how to smile. In Elmer's case, he smiles almost non-stop out of a selfish, twisted desire to see the whole world smile. For Grimmer, he smiles in a vain attempt to remember why people smile, how to feel. Dude, yeah, dude, a Grimmer video would go great. Honestly, yeah, I think I've got a good baseline here for a video about Grimmer from Monster, and I think comparing my character Roger, and Elmer, kind of funny, they all end with ER. Comparing them to him, that could be a really interesting video. Oh my god, what's up, Pogtoon? Holy shit. God, I feel like I haven't seen some of y'all in like fucking years. What's up? Oh man. Okay, out of all the stuff, there's a lot of these scripts that I would like to make videos out of soon. I'm not gonna know for sure. I'm not gonna make a decision until I finish the Sophia and Elena video. But oh man, the Grimmer video. That's definitely up there for one of the ones I might want to jump into next. I have too many interests. Thumbnail says help over a gallery of stuff I like. That's so good. I have a hard time staying interested in the same thing for too long. It makes wanting to put money into things hard because I never know if I'm going to stick with it to complete the thing or get my money's worth. Yeah. Definitely something I still struggle with, even though I probably wrote that like 2 years ago, if not longer. The horrors and safety of loneliness. Thumbnail says nobody loves me, thank God. Damn, there's so much to unpack with that statement. Yeah, that's definitely a topic I want to touch on. Is the sort of like... Yeah, I remember the sort of mindset I was in when I wrote that. Like, the concept of... You know, it was better... And see, but Red Striped Emily there is an example of the positives of not being lonely. And having people that care about you. What's up, Emily? Thank you for the raid. What were y'all up to? I saw you were live, however, I didn't see what you were doing. What's up, Sketch? I'm doing my first stream. I'm doing my first stream in many weeks. Yeah, I'm like, I was just like talking, I was just like earlier, I was talking about like, I was wondering what my next video would be. I'm revisiting this old Google Doc I have of video ideas for video essays. Oh, that's right, yeah, Sin did tell me what you're doing. No, but this video, the horrors and safety of loneliness, is sort of like, I guess, talking about the benefits and the drawbacks of being completely alone. I don't know if loneliness is the right word I want to use. Maybe more solitude is better. But like, just the clarity of mind that you get in times of solitude, but also, and you know, the ability to sort of learn to appreciate yourself more and become more in tune with yourself. But there's also a lot that you miss out on when you don't spend time with other people, and I guess this video would go into that stuff. I wonder if there's any fictional characters I could use as an example for that. I didn't write any down here. Streaming was like, we gotta raid Zealot. Hey, thank you. Appreciate it, as always. And, yeah, thank you for sharing your community with me. And it's good to see you folks. Free Ren is perfect for that. Yeah. Maybe not in ice, maybe not exclusively. But yeah, there's aspects of Free Ren that could maybe be good for that. I'm also trying to think of maybe a character that, like, just like a wise character that spends or has spent a lot of time alone. Of course, you deserve it. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for doing a raid. Alex Garland gets me. Describe how his films give off the vibe of how different I feel my mind works from everyone else's. I don't know how well that one's aged, but that was definitely something I felt at a time. How she lets time pass in the regret of not spending time with Himmel. Well, yeah. That could definitely be the negative aspects of loneliness. However, it would also be nice to think of a character that could show the positive aspects of solitude. Someone who is, well, I mean, Musashi. Musashi from Vagabond. That's easy. God! I don't think there's a single fictional character or fictional work that you've seen it in these notes. We've seen it in these notes, like, Vagabond is so versatile. I could study that series and those characters from so many different lenses. Thorfinn? He doesn't really spend a lot of time alone, though. A lot of his healing is because he spends a lot of quality time with people. Which definitely deserves an analysis on its own. Guts is definitely one that could be a negative example of solitude. However, I could still use him as an example of maybe someone who tries to be in solitude, but then there's someone like Puck, who kind of just, like, keeps inviting himself in Guts' company, and ends up being a positive impact on his life. God, that's what sucks, man. Like, Puck is actually, like, I know a lot of people don't like Puck. I think Puck is amazing. Like, up until, like, around, like, Conviction arc. After that, he kind of doesn't really matter anymore. He doesn't really impact the narrative. He's kind of just there to, like, make Star Wars references. It sucks, because he was so good earlier on. He was around toxic people during his upbringing, but he didn't truly understand his father's words until he was isolated as a slave. That's true, yeah. He did have a lot of time to reflect on that. Damn, yeah, actually, that's a really good way to put it. Here, let me, Frieren. Okay, how about this? Horrors of loneliness. Frieren, Guts, Thorfinn. Actually, no, Thorfinn would be an example, a positive example of that. Safety of loneliness. I don't know if safety is the word I want to use, but... Thorfinn... I forgot who else I said was a good one for that. And obviously Frieren and Guts' characters do take more positive turns later, but specifically like showing those moments where they're in isolation and they're just missing out on so much because of it. Oh yeah, Musashi. Creating lonely worlds. Talking about my process for creating Clacky prequel. Oh yeah, that was I think that was me wanting to talk about, because I was wanting to make like a prequel to my story Hidden Fangs. I gotta be careful how I say that. It sounds like I'm saying hidden things. Hidden fangs, like teeth. It's like a backstory for one of the characters. How he's like, actually, funny enough, in line with what we were just talking about, how he, I guess it was a period in his life where he was kind of just like wandering the planet. He was just like wandering the world on his own. And like going through all these, like, I guess that was more specifically talking about like the world building I was wanting to do. Like the quiet world building where like everything around him was just like desolate. How to make the audience care immediately. Analyze monster characters. I would probably do a different title, but to get across the same thing. Yeah, Monster is really good about like introducing a character and just like, bam, you're invested. Good example of loneliness and sci-fi isolation. Planetes, yeah. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Characters not desperate to explain themselves. I get that's just a theme that I like in writing in general. Is how wait, why is this looping back to? Oh, it's the world map. Okay. Is stories that just let them let stories that speak for themselves without having to over-explain what they do. Funny enough, I actually do talk about that a little bit in my Sophia the First and Elena of Avalor video, where those, despite being Disney Junior shows, they're surprisingly really good at trusting the audience, especially the young audience, at, like, picking up on context clues. Yeah, that's just a concept I really like in general. Oh, this was a video I did end up making. Write character journeys, not just arcs. These are like title ideas. Don't write character arcs, do this instead. You could tell I was very much like YouTuber brain with these ideas. Character arcs aren't everything. The problem with character arcs, quote unquote. I was wrong about character arcs. Yeah, that was a video I did make. That one was called, I believe it was called I Was Wrong About Character Arcs. Yeah. Yeah, I'm still really proud of that one. That was me basically coming to terms with what a character arc is. Like character arcs are just like a character can have more than one arc, depending on how long the story is, or the format of the story. So like a character journey is the entire story of the character from when you meet them to, you know, when the story ends and you don't see them again. Meanwhile, a character, there can be one arc in the middle of a character journey, or there could be multiple throughout it. And that was something that I didn't really think about until I made this video. I love when kids shows treat kids like people, yeah. Maybe an analysis of Pixar's Soul could be good. Have you seen Soul? Actually, funny enough, I don't think I talked about Soul in this video, but I think I showed it as B-roll as an example of some of the stuff I was talking about. If it wasn't this video, maybe it was another video. Seeing if Soul appears here in the credits. Okay, maybe not this video. It was maybe... Doubt it was this one. Protectors fail to protect. Okay, so it had to have been... Unless I just forgot to put it in the credits for that one video. I guess it was this one. Yeah, it was this one. I don't remember exactly what context I put it in. I don't remember exactly why I put Soul B-roll on screen, but it was for whatever I was talking about at that part of the video. Oh yeah, here's the script for that video. It's still in this doc. Nostalgia blindness is good, actually, but it's also a nuanced topic, so watch the video. That's a banger title. I don't remember exactly what I meant by that. I should show you the Green Book. That has a character that deals with isolation in a negative way. The Green Book? I've never heard of that. Nostalgia blindness is good. Maybe just the concept of just, like, enjoying something for the sake of the whimsy of it and not judging people for that. Like, as long as you're not... I guess maybe as long as you're not misrepresenting a work through your nostalgia blindness of it, like, it's okay. I made that video. We're losing our children to long COVID. I don't know if this kind of video my style would be very suited to, though. But yeah, that is something that needs to be talked about, is long COVID is, like, literally ruining kids of today, like, their childhoods. It's sort of forcing them to grow up because they're having to learn how to live around this disability. It fucking sucks. Long COVID is not taken seriously enough. Because unfortunately in this world what happens, and we're all guilty of this, I don't think there's a single person not guilty of this, we tend to ignore things that don't affect us because we are dealing with our own problems, and we don't really take the time and energy to try to help people with their situations, or at least to acknowledge them or help spread the word on things. Because we're like, well, you know, that doesn't apply to me, that doesn't, you know, that's not a problem in my life, so I'm just gonna choose to ignore that. Until that thing happens to you, then it's like, oh shit, you know. Sometimes we think we're immune to things like that. We're immune to coming down with a chronic illness, and then... what do you know? It could happen to anybody. I could stream it. Oh, like in Discord. Yeah, maybe. I think I told Twee I might want to play Sworn with him after I stream today. Look to see how I feel. Oh, this I did kind of end up making. A Hidden Things lore video. I made like a fake, actually, no, I didn't make it this deep, but I did end up making a fake, EMS, I think they're called. Emergency Broadcast System? That'd be EBS. What are they called? What are they called? You know, the... you know, those? Is it not just Emergency Broadcast System? I don't think... But then I don't think it's... Whatever those things are called. I made like a fake one for one of my books. Yeah, we've been doing watch parties, probably not the best time for you. Emergency Alert System, yeah, EAS, yeah. Oh, this could be an interesting one. Brother Bear is special to me, but draw a dino wearing the bear talisman for my thumbnail? Oh god, hopefully I would have the energy for that. Sometimes I feel like drawing, sometimes it just is such a bother. Throughout the years as an adult, I have had a very special animated film from my childhood come into my thoughts from time to time. Oh god, I've got a whole script for this. Damn, I need to finish this. Yeah, unfortunately with Brother Bear, I have very strong core memories of that movie, but it didn't age the best, I'm not gonna lie. When I've tried to rewatch it, it just doesn't hit the same. Yeah, I need to talk about that. Watch Treasure Planet. Bold of you to assume that isn't like my favorite movie of all time. I'm pretty sure I use like Treasure Planet B-roll in like almost all of my video essays. Hell, I think I may have even used it in some Sonic ones. I will talk. I'll take any chance to talk about Treasure Planet. I still need to make an actual video on it though. Well, I kinda did. I made one video. I believe it's called "You Should Return to Your Childhood." Yeah. I don't think I talked about Treasure Planet specifically in that, but it very much like the B-roll was going along very, very tightly with what I had scripted. Yeah, take care, Deadbolt. Been a long time since seeing the Atlantis. Yeah. I hate to admit I didn't grow up watching Atlantis. I don't know why. Well, I know why. It's because my parents were so annoying with the way with what they allowed me to watch and didn't allow me to watch. Anything that was remotely had any sort of culture or religion that wasn't Christian, they didn't want me watching. So like Atlantis had like, I guess it wasn't Christian enough for them, so they didn't let me watch it. So unfortunately, I didn't watch Atlantis for the first time until a few years ago. Which yeah, I could have watched it much sooner, but I just didn't think about it until then. Yeah, it was an amazing movie. I wish I had like seen it in my childhood, but honestly, I don't get too down in the dumps about like missing out on certain things in my childhood, because I have rediscovered a lot of childhood whimsy in my adult years. And honestly, in my adult years, I know how to appreciate things now more than ever. So like, I've talked to Brett about this before. I think even in my streams with Bretta, how I've sort of like re-unlocked the ability to form nostalgic memories. Like, I'm nostalgic for stuff that happened like I'm nostalgic for Freerun Season 1, and I saw that last year. I'm nostalgic for shit that I've seen like recently. Because I know how to see things for what they are, and not like just, how can this thing distract me from my depression? You know what I mean? Like, I don't just mindlessly consume things anymore. It's not that I always deeply analyze things, but I also, I guess my heart is open now compared to how it was for most of my life. My heart and my mind are open now. And I think that's allowed me to form more meaningful connections with people and experiences. I don't remember what got me on that rant, but yeah. The loneliness of being neurodivergent. I mean, hell, that could be my Crollo video. How to live as a disabled person and still be happy. Yeah, I've made videos on that, actually. Productivity is a lie. Ooh. Yeah, I think that's the concept of, like, if you're only productive all the time, you're probably not going to be happy. Like, being a workaholic. And I guess just the fear of, you know, having to work so much and be productive in order to survive in this world, denies us of a lot of the joys of just doing random shit that doesn't really benefit us in any way, at least in any financial or career way. Make drawing with teapot videos. Was that? I wonder if that was what because I have are those still public? Oh, they're not. Okay. I think they're on my... If you go on my channel and you go to Art Journey, I think this is a public playlist. Yeah, I made like a... I was doing like an Art Journey thing. It didn't last very long, but... Yeah, this was just me like trying to do like daily art studies and stuff, and trying to like chronicle that. This was me trying to learn how to draw cubes. More cubes. More cubes. Cubes are important. More cubes. I think this is me drawing Miku. I drew Miku for like 2 seconds, and this was something else. I don't think this was Miku. That's like random, like, IRL sketches. Oh, back to Miku. Yep, that's a Miku. Oh, these are like Toho characters that I drew. Yeah. Did I finish? Did I show the finished product in... Did I not get farther along than that? I guess I didn't. That's the thing is, like, with my drawings, I've very, very rarely ever gotten past, like, the sketching phase. I recently watched Meet the Robinsons. Oh, that's a really good movie, yeah. That's a comfort movie for me. It's a banger. We love Goob. Oh yeah, this is me like drawing like a Rukia reference. Oh yeah, this was the finished product. I was waiting for the finished product, and not the reference. This isn't the reference. This is the finished product. So yeah, this was drawn by me. However, the shine in the hair, I just copied from the reference because I didn't know how to draw it. Other than that, I drew all of this from the reference. That's the reference right there. What did I do in this one? Oh, this is me trying to draw Noelle. I don't think this one got very far. Yeah, that's about as far as it got right there. Was me drawing Vivian. Trans rights. Maybe I need to repost that. I mean, I'd be a day late, but... Or 2 days late? I'd be drawing a dino. Oh, this is me. Oh, I haven't shown you. I've never shown you Joy and Kana. Yeah, I made these like Joy-Con OCs. I didn't even finish coloring. Well, like they're mostly finished colored on here. Yeah, I drew these like Joy-Con sister OCs randomly one day. Well, it was like a couple days, I think. I forget which one's Joy. I assume this one's Joy and this is Kana, just based on the vibes I get from them. I think I was doing like a Mario and Luigi thing. Joy-Con girls, yeah. I think I did like a Mario and Luigi thing where the one that looks younger is actually the older one, and the one that looks older and taller is actually the younger one. Yeah, these were actually, I remember my friends enjoying these sketches. It's me drawing a skull. Bruh moment. And that was the last one I did. Oh, the allure of meta-narratives. Halo, Attack on Titan, the meta-infinite theory from Sonic Forces. I guess this is another title idea, the missed potential of AOT's meta-narrative. What if the anime adaptation of Attack on Titan wasn't an adaptation of the manga, but a sequel to it? I thought the anime was supposed to be Aaron's second shot at seeing his mass genocide to completion. I'm going to give as many examples as I know of things that led me to think of this as the case. Yeah, I don't know if y'all ever got into like the Attack on Titan like Requiem theories. That shit was really interesting. I didn't like all of that theory, but it was really interesting, and it kind of was disappointing to me when that didn't end up being the case for the anime. How it was just a direct adaptation. Also, how it was disappointing to me how Infinite... I thought Infinite was gonna be like a fourth wall breaking character, but he didn't end up being that. And then Halo, I think that's talking about like the early ARG stuff for like Halo 2. Yeah, that still needs to be a video for sure. Analyzing anime characters from only their eyes. Part 1, Bakano. That's an amazing idea. If the eyes are the window to the soul, then the face is the... Apparently, I didn't know how to finish that quote. Yeah, that could be a really good video series. That could be something I could do with Aya, too. Where we, like... We take screenshots of, like, the eyes of characters from shows that we know, from series that we know, and just based on the eyes alone, just... I guess maybe just talk about the character and what, like, the... What we see from the... Man, I haven't thought about that in years. That's such a good idea. And I think Bakano would be really good for that. It's okay to be nothing, vagabond, or fall in love with nothing, it will change your life. Yeah, I definitely know what mindset I was at when I wrote that. I still definitely stand by that. Can I win Mario Party without candy? I think that was meant to be for Mario Party 8. I don't know if that's necessarily a video I would make now, but... Obsess over no one except yourself. I did make that video. Use your inner strength and self-love to help others and cultivate good relationships. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that concept is just... That's gonna make its way into my Ragatha video. For sure. I'm taking back my childhood. Thumbnail is Edward from Fullmetal Alchemist pointing from the door. Dude, that's fucking raw. I think I did make this video. Yeah, I think this was... Yeah, I forget what that video was called, but I did make that one. Oh, I never did make this video. It is a blog post on my website, though. This was like my love letter to like all of the dinosaur focused YouTubers I was watching at the time. Yeah, Best in Slot, Evolution Square, Rudy Rincamel, Kai Odinic. Yeah, Trey the Explainer, Mothlight Media, Benji Tom. Dude, these are banger channels. Henry the Paleo Guy, Chimera Sukis, Animal Origins, The Budget Museum. Yeah. Yeah, I go through phases where I just like... I lock in hard on just watching like dinosaur content on YouTube. FMA versus FMAB first episodes. Oh yeah, that could be a really good video too. Yeah, so the thing about FMA... the original FMA anime adaptation, it starts off better than Brotherhood does. However, Brotherhood just, as it goes on, is just, you know, it's a more faithful manga adaptation, and FMA original, unfortunately, just kind of does its own thing. Also, Edward kills a guy in FMA OG, which just, like, ruins the story. Opening scene gets us right into Ed and Al's tragic backstory, which is immediately undercut by a comedic, lighthearted scene. It makes us wonder what changed in all these years and why they act this way after something so horrible happened to them. Yeah, that's a really good start. Yeah, FMA OG has a really good start. At the end of episode 2, it's revealed that they are actually rather optimistic and hopeful, despite their horrible circumstances. Yeah, like OG starts off really well. Starts off really good. I also need to read the manga so I can understand the source material. And which ones, you know, followed it more closely. He's more focused on Ed and Al, which I prefer over Brotherhood, introducing so many characters at once and feeling less focused and giving less impact with what we do see. Yeah. Displaying Ed's intelligence... It displays... So yeah, FMA OG displays intelligence more effectively. You get the sense he knows stuff from the radio fixing scene, but he also acts like a buffoon and also violent in that scene, so he doesn't come across as a complete nerd. Then he shows intelligence later in the chapel with Rose. Yeah, dude, the original Fullmetal Alchemist starts off so good. Like, it does things that Brotherhood doesn't early on. And I think just in general, that Desert Town arc is adapted way better than in Brotherhood. But again, I need to read the manga to see exactly what the source material does. FMA is funnier because the comedy is balanced with the tone better. Yeah, the comedy in like the first 10 episodes of Brotherhood isn't as good to me. It does get funnier to me later on. The action is more impactful here to me since we're eased into it after seeing some intriguing things like the boys' failed attempt to bring back their mom, seeing what they learned since, and I love their interactions with the townsfolk. It introduces us to more characters that will be relevant for the overall story. Now for things that Brotherhood does better. It gets right into the action. This is also decently effective, but to me, FMA has the better introduction. Oh, these are just notes on Brotherhood, okay, not necessarily what does better. FMA has the better introduction since it's more focused on the two main characters and lets us get to know them more closely outside of action. True. The problem also with FMA OG is it's very formulaic where it's like, and now go to a town. There's a problem in the town. They've solved the problem in the town. Whereas Brotherhood is like much more focused on the overall plot from the get-go, which I appreciate. So, yeah, it's really interesting. The comedy is good, but not spread out enough, and thus lessens the impact of each joke. Yeah. I'm not a fan of how overused the mistaking Al for the full-level alchemist and thinking Ed is the younger brother joke. Yeah. Foreshadows the Ishvalan genocide, which I think is very important, but maybe not so crucial that it can't wait until slightly later to be mentioned. That's the thing with stories, is you gotta, like, when you're writing, you gotta introduce certain plot elements when it makes the most sense to introduce it. Like, there's nothing wrong with foreshadowing, and I think when you do it subtly enough, it's like, yeah, because I remember in early Brotherhood, there's characters talking about the Ishvalan genocide, but it's like, it's not really that important at that point. Like, it's not as immediately important to the stuff that's going on at that time. Which maybe that is just a fault of the manga itself, or maybe they kind of shoehorned that into Brotherhood. Because I know, like, the beginning of Brotherhood, ironically, isn't stuff from, a lot of it isn't stuff from the manga. But then later on, but like, not long after, it starts following the manga more closely. From episode 10, it progressively gets more thrilling, heart-wrenching, and engaging as it goes on. It gets to intensity on the level of Death Note. Bakano needs to come back. Why anime openings are so addicting, not just because of the music. During your watch through, it gets you pumped and excited for what's to come. It tells you that this is the next chapter in the story. It gives us insight into a character's past or mental state. Sometimes it foreshadows what's to come. That's an example of a good opening. Some openings just straight up spoil what's gonna happen. After you finish the series, it's something you can rewatch to remind you of your experience with it all. They're bite-sized versions of the stories you love. A way to experience the emotions you felt throughout your watch-through without having to commit to rewatching the whole thing. They convey the feelings and themes of the story, whether it be uplifting, dreadful, sorrowful, or all of the above, and some are just plain fun. Wait, what is this? I put a lot of value in my dreams. Not just the ones when I am asleep, but I love daydreaming. Anime openings have a way of making me imagine things in a way that I never would have come up otherwise. Oh, yeah. Yeah, throughout the years, I've always loved just, like, rewatching anime openings. And just, like, I don't know, they just, like, fuel my imagination. Yeah, that needs to be a video I make, is talking about, like, why anime openings are just so cool. Characters that get under your skin. Christopher Shaldred, Lad Russo, Claire. Ronnie might possess an actual ability to read minds, but that doesn't count. This video is about characters who put forth the mental energy to see through people. Yeah, so that's a God. I've barely scratched the surface on Bakano. There's so many things I could do on Bakano. At this point, I would have to like reread the novels. It's been so long since I read them. I would at least have to reread the parts that I would want to talk about. Shadow the Hedgehog video? Oh yeah, why patient villains are the scariest. Hisoka, Fairmei, the Beast of Darkness. Okay, Fairmei is from Bakano, the Beast of Darkness from Bakano, or from Berserk. Thrawn from Star Wars Rebels. Yeah, patient villains are the scariest. I don't know if they're the scariest. Maybe I would more format that as why they're scary and not so much like, yeah, they're objectively the scariest villains. I don't know about that, but yeah, that could also be a very good video. These, like, the notes we're at now, these are like over 2 years old, if not longer. One reason being that these villains might possess strong qualities and an understanding and inner peace in themselves that the hero might not have. Why you underestimated Eren Yeager? Thumbnail says Eren infected you. Yeah, like the idea of how like early on you get so enraptured in Eren's story, like you're rooting for him and everything, and then it flips it on its head where it's like, oh shit, this guy's the fucking villain. You know? I doubt I'd be the first one to make a video about that, but I'm sure it'd be. That's the thing is like, I try not to think about that too much about like, oh, somebody else already made this video. There's no reason for me to make it, but it's like, I might have a unique take on it, you know? Because I have noticed that, and like, there was a video essayist that I really liked that made a video on Captain Levi. I was like, well, shit, now I can't make a video about him. But then I watched the video, and I was like, well, yeah, he touched on a lot of stuff that I wanted to, but also, there's some stuff that I've been thinking about with Levi that he didn't touch on at all. So it's like, you know, it was a really good video, but it's like, I still have something to offer in that regard. And I might even have notes later on in this. New Kate video? Okay, so this was someone commenting on this video I made. Musicians... Okay, so this video was basically about how... there was a pianist. This is a fictional story based on real events. In Bakano, this pianist who used to do live scores for silent films, and basically like the tragedy of when movies, you know, started to have sound in them, and therefore the music was baked into the you know, into the sound mix of the movie. And this person said, I think musicians, especially pianists, will always have a place, especially at that time where you could play in orchestra or for choirs, where these scenes were quite commonplace, although I'm unsure of the pay. It was mostly hard living as anyone that's not wealthy. And then I said, I thought someone might say something like this eventually. I think it's up for debate whether or not Kate was really down on her luck that much, and maybe she was just a picky rich person who was making a bigger deal out of her problems than she needed to. But based on what was in the original text, it sounded like she had a hard time keeping jobs for whatever reason, and this may have made her quality of life actually very difficult. Maybe scoring for films was her niche, and everything else was harder to keep up with for whatever reason, I don't know. Either way, her being unemployed isn't as impactful to me as the idea of her particular passion becoming a dead art form. That's such a soul-crushing thing to have your thing become something you will never have the opportunity to perform for again. And the catharsis in the end with her meeting her future husband Keith and finding some recompense. Damn! I forgot about that word, I'm not gonna lie. In making music for him is chef's kiss. Yeah, so the video is basically like like it's pretty relatable to what we're going through now with AI taking so many jobs and stuff. I like your thinking. Losing a job you've had for quite some time could be depressing, even if you could find another one similar to it. Sometimes nostalgia hurts. Yeah, I think people criticized my video because it was from the approach of, oh, boo-hoo, she lost her job. She can just play piano for something else, you know? But it's not just about the fact that she lost her, the financial aspect of it. She loved doing live scores for these silent films, and she can't do that anymore. At least, you know, not, you know, she can't spend her time doing it anymore because she needs to spend her time finding another way to survive. So she can't do the thing that she loves anymore. And that's the thing. I think that that same argument can be made for like, for people who are being having their creative things be replaced by AI is, you know, even if you could argue that like, well, they can just get a job doing something else. It's like, yeah, but think about how much just joy they got from doing that thing, you know? So I don't know why I made a note talking about how I would make a Fallout video. I feel like I kind of... Wait, okay, makes me want to reuse this video with a different approach. My videos... Okay, wait. As someone who always used to be more immature and impulsive compared to how I am now, I've always had trouble communicating with others and keeping up with how fast the world around me and how fast the world around me in general is moving without me, and I feel like I can't keep up. Oh, I guess it would just be more like less of a direct reading of that part of it. Because that's what this video is. This is like one of my first quote-unquote video essays, but it was basically just me reading from the light novel. Yeah, I probably could still do that. Where it's like just a proper video essay like I make now. Yui video. Yeah, there's look at all these notes I have on just making videos about Bakano. Like the light novels. Oh my god, these are all just Bakano. Oh, here we go. Asta facing the shadow video. Like Asta facing his inner darkness. How to make family from nothing. Yami and Black Clover. Yeah, that could be really good. How to love after loss. Gintama. Chef's kiss. Shit. Could also be a good, also talk about Frieren in that regard. What it means to be Shogun. Levi Ackerman video. Emphasize the part of his character that doesn't let himself wallow in regret. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. Where that one guy that made that Levi video didn't really touch on this aspect of the character. Which is something I definitely think I could tap into. And again, maybe somebody else has talked about that, but I still want to do it anyway. I was thinking about this earlier. Like with my Sophia the First and Elena of Avalor video. I did see that someone has already made like a breakdown on Elena of Avalor. However, I've been avoiding watching that video for now because I don't want it to affect the creation of my video. I want to be as... When I make video essays, I want to be as in touch with my own unique thoughts on it before I hear too much about other people's thoughts. I don't want my own experience in the story to get lost too much in... Because sometimes when I hear other people's thoughts on things, I forget that it was their opinion. And it sort of just becomes part of my own opinion. So when I make video essays, at least for the first video on something, I like to make sure it's more of my own initial thoughts on it, I guess. Not that I don't take time to let my thoughts stew, but I try not to be influenced too much by other people's thoughts, which most of the time is only when I agree with their thoughts. It used to be when I was much younger, I used to just be influenced by anybody's thoughts, even if I didn't have conviction in those things myself. I used to be very impressionable. And that's the end of it. That's the end of the doc. Yeah, there's a lot I can make videos on. I've read that for like over an hour. Yeah. Yeah, but right now I just I don't really want to overthink which one I'm gonna do next. That was really nice to go through. That reminded me of a lot of things. Because what I like to do with my video essays, I don't like to focus the thing because each video takes so much time and mental energy to get done. I don't like to make a video on the same series, make too many in a row because of burnout. Is what happened with Sonic. So honestly, because after my Sophia the First and Elena of Avalor video, probably there's a lot of videos I can make on characters from those series. Probably gonna take a break from those series though. Probably still need to take, because I just put out a Gintama video too, so I probably still need to take some time away from Gintama. Honestly, the Grimmer video might be really good. Grimmer from Monster, that could be really good. That would also have me revisit some my story Hidden Fangs that I haven't worked on in a while, so I could use that as like an example of a similar character. Gotta be Sword. Yeah. Yeah, Wordle, by the way, has basically saved my life. Instead of Twitter doom scrolling, I just play copious amounts of Wordle. I play so much Wordle. And it has been such a positive impact on my mental health. Instead of, like, spending, like, my brain-off downtime scrolling through Twitter and just constantly being bombarded by just negative things, I just play Wordle. I've been playing Wordle, I've been playing other video games, but like when I'm not in the mood to like play a game, I just play this. That's honestly been amazing for me. You know what we need to do? We need to do Scrandle. See what Scrandle's got for us today. Okay, so the point of Scrandle is basically choose the one that you think got the most like likes. Like which one got the most like audience retention, basically. Like which one got the most like, you know, upvotes, so to speak. So we've got pie, chips, and gravy. Or loaded fries. What kind of pie though? Like chicken pot pie? Funny enough, these are both fries. I'm gonna go with this one. I've noticed a safe bet a lot of the time is which one has the higher picture quality. And this one's just like a little bit better. Oh, that's right. Yeah. The first round is just you voting. So if we ever come across that one again in the future, I'll definitely go for that one. Okay, but this one will actually matter. I will say this one looks more appealing, just because of the better lighting. Yep. That's usually a safe bet for this. And of course, sometimes it's also not like which one looks like it tastes better. It's which one is going to get more engagement. We've got this sausage, or we've got this vegan kebab. So while the picture quality on this one is better, this one is more interesting because it looks kind of gross. Oh, I don't know. I'm kind of split on this one. I'm gonna go for the kebab. That's what my heart's telling me. Oh, it was the sausage. Okay, damn. A little long ass sausage. I'm gonna go with the sausage. Damn. Okay. Pie, mash, and liquor. Bacon cheeseburger. I'm gonna go with the pie. Okay. These ones have been hard. Jockey. Wait, hang on. My music stopped. Jockey Whopper Burger or Biscoff and Kinder Bueno Donuts. I'll go with the donuts. Damn! I've been fucking it up since fucking up since first round. We got burnt pizza and fries, or meat and potato pie. Well, this one is the slightly better photo quality. Whew, okay. Chili beef nachos or hot dog. With the nachos? Nope. Okay, damn. People love it. Dude, I need to start betting on hot dogs. The Gaffer Burger. Or, special steak pie cheeseburger. With a point. This has I don't know. This one? Yeah, that looks better. What the slider? What the fuck? Slider dog? Hot dog, mac and cheese, crispy onions, and Fruit Loops? Or a smoked turkey leg? I'm definitely going with the what? People thought that was more interesting? Okay, then. Maybe in that one, people were just so appalled by the fucking Cheerios that they were like, I don't even want to... I just want that off my screen. With the fish and chips. Wow, that's honestly that was a risk. Yeah, I fucking sucked on that one. That was a risk because I didn't vote on the sausage. All right, higher or lower? No, not higher or lower. I wanted to is it listable? A listable is just a list of them. Cost total, that's the one I want to do. Let's see if I can find it. I can type right. Here we go, cost total. I think cost total is like second to like Wordle is my favorite one. Oh god, can we do a dark mode though, please? There we go. Alright. Okay. Turtles brand caramel pecan clusters, 28 ounces. This is giving, like, no more than $6, so let's try that first. It's higher than $6. Okay, I'm thinking more 8. I don't know why, but I feel like typing 876. Higher! Okay, let's do 12 then. Lower than 12. Okay, let's do... Let's do, 9.99. Higher. 11.50. It was 10.99. Wait, I had one more guess though. Why did I win? Was that really close enough? I guess you win when you get within a certain range. I think that's what it is. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take a break, because I want to try to start making it a point to take a break 2 hours of every stream. So I'm gonna put words on stream on. I don't remember which browser I usually do this from. Firefox, it seems. For anyone to play while I am gone. Where's words? Where's my words overlay? There it is. Okay, make sure autopilot is on, make sure music and sound effects are off. Autopilot, okay. Yeah, if anyone wants to play words, feel free. I'm gonna take some time to AFK. Alright. Seeing as no one's playing words, we'll turn that off. If I'm gonna play like a Wordle type game, I might as well just like play Wordle. Actually, I think I want to play Game Duel. I want to play Game Duel. That was really fun last time we did that. Let's see, cover art. This looks kind of familiar to me. Can I guess the platform, or does it have to be the title? That has to be the... okay. This is definitely an older game. No later than 90s. I need more hints. Care Bears. Oh, there isn't even a Care Bear game on here. Pitfall Atari? Apparently not. So, I forget what these mean. I think this means, like... wrong franchise and saga. I forget, like, because it says Atari here. And it has, like, a little red line next to it. I forget if that means it's not an Atari game. Man, whatever this is, it's like, literally the rest of it is right here. Oh, I have no idea what this is. Dig Dug. It's just boxing. Oh, it was for the Atari, okay. That's what it was. Well, okay then. Wait, isn't this, Chrono Trigger? Nope. Definitely a JRPG. Wait. Nintendo DS? Why does it say Nintendo DS? Is this a DS game? Or is it saying that... why is the only platform for Chrono Trigger listed DS? It came out on the Super Nintendo. I don't think it's Final Fantasy IX, but I'm gonna type it anyway. No, it's definitely not Final Fantasy IX. Maybe it's... I'll type Final Fantasy V. Nope. Not a Final Fantasy game. Okay, Etrian Odyssey just came to me. I've never played those, but... it's not that. Okay, I think it's saying whatever this game is on the DS. Dragon Quest? I doubt it, but we can try. This doesn't give Dragon Quest. Just pick a random one. Yeah. Got 2 guesses left. I think it's a think it's a DS JRPG. I doubt it's one of those Tales games, but I'll try. Nope, it's not a Tales game. It's Square Enix. Anybody know any Square Enix JRPGs? Not that there's a shortage of those. Trying to think of ones that I know Square Enix has done. I need to play more JRPGs. So what's that one series called? Bravely Default? Children of Mana! Well, there you go. Character. Oh, speaking of JRPG, this is definitely a JRPG character. Actually, wait, is this, No, I was gonna say Malos from Xenoblade 2. No, this feels like the, one of the character art styles of Xenoblade 2. There's different artists that drew the characters, like 2D art in Xenoblade 2. This feels like one of those. I wanna... Okay, I don't think it's Xenoblade 2, actually. That sword is too, medieval looking. Yeah, this isn't a Xenoblade character. Search by game enabled. Oh god, I don't know. It's just like a knight. I have no idea who this is. Crusader / Renaud from Darkest Dungeon. Well, that's the problem. I haven't played Darkest Dungeon yet. DLC? Dude, I opened up Game Duel the other day, just like randomly, like off stream, and it for this one for keywords, and it I forget exactly what it says. It's like World Adventure, Darkness or something, and I was like, oh, that's Sonic Unleashed. I knew it like frame one. DLC, Disease, Prequel, Infection. Oh god, this could be any zombie game. Prequel. Prequel zombie game. Oh god. I haven't played a lot of zombie games. Like, I know of them, but... Plants vs. Zombies. No, there's no Plants vs. Zombies prequel games, though. Unless it's being really tricky with the uses of the word prequel, and it means, like, a game that came out before another game. But, like, when I hear prequel, I think of a game that was made after another game, but takes place chronologically before it. Okay, I'm just gonna type Last of Us, like the first one. I doubt it's that. Post-apocalyptic audio logs, photo mode, photo booth. Okay, wait. Correct franchise and saga, it is Last of Us. What? There's a Last of Us prequel? The Last of Us Left Behind. Oh, okay. It did say DLC, so I guess it was like a prequel DLC. Okay, cool. Damn, I thought I was about to guess like Fallout or something. Type of video game to begin. Well, let's do that. Fallout 4. Okay, so this one's like closer to like Costco, kind of. So it's newer than 2015. It's a single player game, I think. I don't exactly know what these all. So it's not Fallout. It's not first person, third person, or VR. It's not from Bethesda. It's not on the Creation Engine. It is a single player game. It's newer than 2015. And I guess it has some of these themes. And is on some of these platforms. Fallout 4 is on Switch 2 already? Actually, I shouldn't be surprised. Well, yeah, because it's Is Fallout 4 on Switch 1? I feel like it probably was. It probably ran like ass. Okay, so basically all I have to go off of is newer than 2015 is single player. Very good. Well, you've also got these. It might be a shooter. But I don't know if because it's yellow. So I assume that means it's not entirely accurate. Like, it's not all of these things. So for all I know, it may not be a shooter, but it could be an RPG. Adventure is more than likely one of the tags it has. Action, science fiction, stealth, survival, sandbox, open world. Yeah, this is like... Here, I'll type Tears of the Kingdom. Switch 2 is on here. Let's see. Older than 2013. This is yellow, not red, so it is a Switch game, I guess? Or it is a Switch 2 game? No, it wouldn't be a Switch 2 game. So it's a Switch 1 game. It's a Switch 1 exclusive game. I think. Yeah, it would have to be a Switch 1 exclusive game. Okay, so it's a Switch 1 game that's also on Switch 2. Because both are listed on here. But it's not a Switch 2 exclusive game because it's older than 2023. And I don't think it's a puzzle game. Okay. It's not, and okay, and it's not Nintendo, not Zelda, not third person. Ooh, okay, so maybe it's like a single player, like top-down type game. I'm just gonna type like a random like XCOM game. I don't know anything about XCOM, but that was the first thing that came to mind. Okay, newer than 2016. Isometric, okay, that helps. What about Halo Wars 2? Because I think that came out in like 2017. Oh, okay, 2017 to 2022. So that helps. Science fiction, isometric, okay. Newer than 2017. I think it's on Switch. Oh, wait, I fucked up with the Halo Wars guess, because that's multiplayer. Oh, God. So it needs to be a single-player exclusive isometric sci-fi game. I don't know what the yellow means. I guess it means it could be either Xbox or PC, because that's also on here. Science fiction, single player, isometric. I don't know a lot of isometric games off the top of my head. Clue in one attempt. Okay. Man. Yeah, I can't think of any like science fiction isometric games that are single player only. I just need to type something random. But I would like to say something random that would kind of help, maybe help clue me in. But I can't think of anything. Fuck it. I just need to type something because I want to get that guess. I want to get that clue. Yeah, because we know these are not accurate. Okay, what's my clue? Subset games. Great, I don't know that developer. So it's a science fiction. The only things we know for sure is science fiction, single player only, by Subset Games, and it's an isometric, like, bird view game. Cool. And we know it's set between 2018 and 2022. Cool. I have no idea what any of that means. Oh god. That's the thing, is I only get the one clue. Subset. I think I've heard of that. Is it cheating to look up subset games? That definitely is, because then I'll be like, oh, it's that game. I just wish I could remember what games they've made. I only recognize the name. There's nothing past that. Subset games. I got nothing. I can't even think of, like, random franchises to guess that are, like, isometric. What's that one franchise called? Star something. Star Wars, no. It's like an older game. A lot of Star Wars games here, goddamn. Oh yeah, Phantasy Star. Oh, the problem is though, is like, wouldn't a newer one of those have multiplayer? Let me just... Oh, I thought Phantasy Star was a fucking... Yeah, that's Sega. I thought it was a subset game there for a second. I was like, wait. Yeah, that didn't help at all. Did I get anything, any new clues from that? Not really. What type Star Citizen? Definitely not that. That didn't help at all. I don't know why I feel the need to type I feel compelled to type in world, the word world. World. Not Jurassic World Evolution 3, or any of them, for that matter. I'm gonna click something random. Oh wow, that did end up being an isometric game though. Funny enough. Let me think of another random word. I'll just type in 3. Something that's sci-fi, that sounds sci-fi. At this point, I'm not gonna get whatever it is. Sims 3, it's definitely not that. Into the Breach. Okay, then. Well, that's all of Gamedle. We should go back to this. So maybe next time I stream, I'll actually, I know there's not an S in this, but... Oh, wait, that was a really good guess, actually. Oh, wait, it's not Vision. Anyway, I think next time I stream, I'm gonna play Bonanza. I think today was a good, easing back into it kind of thing. I'm not gonna make any promises for when I'm gonna stream. I'm just gonna... When you see me go live, that's when I go... I'll be there. That's when I'm there. And I think I'm definitely gonna cap it at 4 hours for now. All my guesses keep putting the S in the wrong in the place where it's not supposed to go. I was gonna type Ashen. No, if there was 2 S's, it would tell me. Because I have that feature enabled. I think maybe the S doesn't go here. I need to try other combinations. I can't think of any words that would put the S at the end, but the A at the beginning. Of course, maybe the A is not at the beginning at all. What about... no. Hasty. No, because the A... God damn it. Because the A can't go here. Well, let me go ahead and do this just to get more... Okay, this helps. Ashley? Ash... E? I don't think the A goes at the beginning. I think the A is like... maybe here. No, because the H doesn't... Maybe the A does go at the beginning. All she. Shady. Hey, there we go. Yeah, I get too caught up in, like, certain placements for words when it's like, I didn't even know that's where they actually go. Oh, can't do that. I get this combination of R and I a lot, and I never know what to do with it. Which is like, as many times as I've gotten it, you think I would be able to remember words that it goes for. Oh, can't do an E. I was gonna do there. Choir. Okay. I don't think any vowels go here in the middle, because the O and the I don't go here. Okay, so I'm thinking process elimination. It's gotta be this. Unless, like, the R goes here. Then how do I follow the R up with something that's not a vowel? It's definitely not another vowel, because I need to figure out... Because the I goes here. I don't know if the O goes after the I, though. Lario. I don't think there's any English words that are spelled like that. So that's why I feel like the... Because the R doesn't go here. It has to go either here or here. I don't think there's any words here. Yeah. None of these are used twice. Yeah, the O either has to go here or here. Try EO. I'm struggling to see how... I'm struggling to see how... the O could possibly... be after the I. What's up, Bambi? Is chat allowed to guess? Absolutely, yeah. People helped me guess before. It's gotta be like C-O-R something. But no, because like none of these are words. Curio? It is Curio. It is Curio. There you go. I couldn't think of any English words. I was just thinking of like Mario. Well, there you go. Thank you, thing. See, click. Oh shit. Oh my god. I got that just out of an eye. Have I done Wordle in Discord? Yeah, I did actually. Y'all want to see what my Wordle in Discord looked like? It's literally like Tetris blocks. Oh my god. I'm gonna play Tetris. I'm gonna play Tetris. I'm gonna play the new Tetris specifically. That's what the game's called, by the way. It's called the new Tetris. I ain't making that shit up. Have you ever played the new Tetris on the N64? It's the best one. Best one I've ever played. probably need to actually turn the audio up, because last time I opened it, I probably had it turned down while I was watching a video or something. Alright. This is the best Tetris game ever made. I'm gonna let this intro speak for itself. I've been on a huge N64 thing lately. I think it's my favorite console and like my favorite like video game era. It is right now anyway. Yeah, I think, like I was saying earlier, I think after Bonanza, I'm going to play through Majora's Mask for the first time. I have played it before, but I've never beaten it, so this will be the first time I beat it, and I'll do it through the recomp. So, if I go live like tomorrow, it'll probably be at the usual 3 PM CST, and I'll play Bonanza. And I'm not going to rush through it, but we'll see what my hyperfixations look like by the time I'm done with Bonanza. I imagine these scan lines are not meant to be here, but I don't feel like trying to fix them. The music in this game is beautiful. I don't know about this song, but it usually is good. Hang on, this is loud as shit. Yeah, this is my favorite version of Tetris I've ever played, because it has, you see that gold block I just made? When you make, like, perfect squares, you get these, like, these blocks that give you extra lines when you break them. I've never seen another version of Tetris do that, therefore, this is the best version of Tetris. However, Sin's been trying to put me on another one. I forget what it's called, Tetris Fever or something? I forget which one, but he's been trying to put me on another one. I've been emulating a lot of games lately, just because I'm like, I've been wanting to have that like ADHD satisfaction of just trying random games, but I also don't want to like spend money on everything I want to try. So you know, I'm just being honest, because that's the nice thing too. Is like, you know, I can try a new game and it's like if I like it, I'll buy it. You know, assuming there is an accessible way to buy some of these games I've been replaying anyway. Like Yoshi's Woolly World, that shit ain't on Switch. God, this game, I've been playing this a lot lately. Therapy simulator. You really can't go wrong with some Tetris. This is another thing that's been replacing Twitter doom scrolling. I love being left out of the loop. I'd rather just be sitting here playing fucking Tetris than fucking keeping up with fucking Sonic Twitter. I'll be so for real. Like I said earlier, the freedom of missing out. Not the fear of missing out. Freedom. Hmm. Ooh. Okay, if I can get another blue, that's another blue. Perfect. Knock that down. Do that. Well. Yeah, it's Jover. See, if I can just get another purple, I can get a gold one here. Yeah, I guess there's drawbacks to fitting in tight places like that, because then it, like, removes your block. I don't know if they have official names, but... I didn't know for, like, most of my life that Tetris pieces were called Tetraminos. I don't think I learned that until I played, like, Puyo Puyo Tetris. Even that is, like... It's alright, but it's just... I don't know, it doesn't have the fucking... It doesn't have the block mechanic like this has. I bought this game called Sworn. Oh yeah, I think I mentioned that earlier, actually. It's literally just like a Hades multiplayer. It looks awesome. Do you know? I don't know a single one. Yeah, I don't know a single. I've heard them before, but I've never committed them to memory. You know what else I need to play? Show off to y'all is it's called Pack Attack. I don't currently have it on me though. I can't just like boot it up. It's like a Pac-Man puzzle game. It's pretty fun. Let's see, if I be patient, I can get some really good shit going here. Yeah, there we go, look. Already giving me a blue. Yeah, I can break this entire gold in one go, and the more of those you break at once, the more points you get. So, worth it! See if I can attempt to break this one in one go. Oh wait, I can, look. Put that there, and then... Hallelujah. Only ones I remember is orange and blue Ricky, but forget which ones they are. Oh, one of them is named... I didn't know they had, like... I forgot they just had, like, real-ass names. Oh, I could have waited, actually. I could have gotten a gold one there. Okay, I doubt anybody knows this. I need help on my Sophia the First and Elena of Avalor video. There's a part in the script where I reference how Elena is known for making bad jokes, and the only one that laughs at her jokes, at least out of like her friend group, is Mateo. However, I wrote that part of the script like over a year ago, and I don't remember what episode or episodes that occurs in. If I can at least get like one clip of that, I don't even need to play the clip with audio. I just want to have it on screen as I mention it, so I don't look like a fucking fraud. Does anybody know which episode that happens in? I doubt anybody even knows what Elena of Avalor is. But I asked like the one friend earlier that I know knows the show, and they didn't know. They had a good idea, but unfortunately, it didn't happen in that episode that they suggested. Elena of Avalor. Yeah, I'm excited to get this video out. There's not a whole lot of videos about Sophia the First and especially Elena of Avalor. So I want to be the change that I wish to see, as they say. And then, like, even past this video, I want to make, like, specific character-focused videos. Steban, Cedric, Naomi. There's so many characters I could make videos on. Like episode-specific videos. Shows are surprisingly deep, and that's something I talk about in the video. They have a lot of respect for the audience, even though they are Disney Junior shows. It's really interesting, because I covered this in the video, it's really interesting how Elena of Avalor was originally developed to be a Disney Channel show, but for some reason, I didn't really look that deep into it, but for whatever reason, they ended up moving it to Disney Junior, where Sophia the First is on. And you would think, like, they would tone the show down and make it more suitable for that network, but no, they didn't change it at all. Throughout the entire run, it stayed just as mature as when it started, if not got more so mature. So I don't know how they pulled that off. Like, there's blatant topics of like death and it's like tyranny and just some really heavy stuff in Elena of Avalor. And it's on Disney Junior. Hell, even before it was meant to go to Disney Channel, when they did like the Elena of Avalor like special for Sophia the First, which I think aired on Disney Junior. All that stuff, all those themes were still in there. It's crazy. And even Sophia the First is just like, it's surprisingly like not like lowbrow, like you would expect a Disney Junior show to be. It's not like a Mickey Mouse Clubhouse to where it's just like very like, you know, just very safe and sanitary. I mean, it's nothing too crazy, but it does a lot more than you would expect for a Disney Junior show. I mean, hell, even in Sophia the First, they in like the final episode, they address and show they show a dead body. Actually, they show King Roland's dead wife, and him like mourning over her. She doesn't like die on screen, but she's there just like at like her casket. That shit's crazy. Was it the cookie? Wait, oh wait, you know what I'm talking about? Okay, that's crazy actually. Okay, so I did find that clip where she says, why did the cookie go to the doctor? Because he was feeling crummy. However, Mateo wasn't in that scene, unfortunately, so he wasn't there to laugh at that. Gabe was there, but he was just like cringing. You know what, Bambi? I think I remember talking about Sophia the First before, and you... Yeah, I think we even watched some episodes together or something. I don't know if we did that, but I think we have talked about it before. So I guess I shouldn't be surprised that you know Elena. Yeah, I'm like, the video is like 30 something minutes long, and it's gonna end up being longer because I thought of like a small segment to add to it. Just because I felt like the video was very positive, and I do generally like for my videos, my video essays to be that, is to like prop up the positive parts of stories I like. But also for the style of the video, I feel like it wouldn't hurt to be a little more critical of some things. So there is a small section where I'm critical of some parts of the shows. But I think that's only gonna add like a couple minutes. But in terms of like going through and adding footage, adding the visuals for the video, I like just hit 10 minutes out of like the 30. I guess it's probably gonna end up being like 35 minutes or something, which I think is gonna be my longest video essay to date. Wolfus, what's up? How are you doing? Oh, not much. I'm just playing Tetris. I just got reminded of this childhood classic. I always love returning to this game. Actually, hey! What's up, Aya? Thank you for the resub. 40 months. Jesus Christ. Thank you so much. Good seeing you. Good seeing you. Hope you had a good day. Okay, hang on. Game is still quite loud. Yeah, I started playing this game off-stream, just like for myself, within the last few weeks. And I think it was the first time I played this game since I was a kid. Like, I've thought about this game here and there, but I really don't think I've returned to this game since I was, like, single digits. I'm not even kidding. I might have played it in my teen years, but yeah, it's been a while. I haven't watched Sophia and Elena. I've watched someone on YouTube review this series for background noise, though. Gotcha. So I guess they referenced Elena's bad cookie joke in that video. I do recommend them, though, if you enjoy just, like, solid, like, fantasy adventure stories. Sophia the First and Elena of Avalor are very good for that. You know, are they Disney Junior shows? Yes, but really, that doesn't hold them back at all. Sophia the First is definitely more the Disney Junior-esque of the two, but it's still just a solid, just... Like, honestly, like... Because we watched, when we watched, Ponyo the other night, if anybody here, you know, enjoys, like, Ghibli movies, like, the more... what do you call it? The more, like, lighthearted, more, I guess, family-friendly Ghibli movies. I'm not saying Sophia the First is anywhere on that level visually, but, I mean, if you like that kind of stuff, you probably like Sophia and Elena. Elena especially is, heavily underrated. It's not really talked about. I mean, there's, like, a fandom for it on, like, Tumblr, but, like, there's a fandom for everything on Tumblr. You know, it has its niche, but it's not, like, it doesn't get the flowers it deserves. It's a very solid show. And like I say in my video, I think it's better than the Tangled series. Sophia and Elena. I like them more than the Tangled series. I do like the Tangled series. And I do think the Tangled series is also very underrated. However, I think it has way more problems than those other shows. Gotta be careful not to get too greedy in this game. Yeah, I don't think I could watch party Elena or Sophia because they're both pretty long. But definitely check it out on your own time. Now that you have resources, you can pretty much watch whatever you want without having to worry about looking it up. It's just, you know, it's right there. And actually, they're about to do a Sophia the First sequel series, which is not sure how I feel about it. The art style is very different. It's technically better on a visual level, however, I'm just not sure how I feel about the art style yet. I'm also not sure how I feel about the new theme song. which is basically just like a remix of the original, which feels kind of lazy. After all these years, they didn't bother. Like, the lyrics are a little different, but it is just like, it kind of is just like an inferior version of the original song. So we'll have to see how the actual show is, though. I found a cool Ragatha vid you might enjoy. I might have seen it, but definitely send it my way. Also, I guess feel free to put it in that playlist that we use. I started using that again recently. I don't know if you saw that one video that I put in there about anime OVAs. That was what got me to watch Angel's Egg. Oh my god, that movie. Dude, I need to watch more 90s OVAs. There is literally nothing else like them. They genuinely feel like they're from like another like universe. They just they feel so unreal. Like just the level of quality and creative freedom that was put into those OVAs is just. I want to watch Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust or whatever it's called. That looks really good. That's like what I wish like a Berserk anime adaptation had. Which I know there is a 90s Berserk anime, but from what I've seen of it, I haven't seen it in its entirety, but from what I've seen of it, it's like fine. It's not horrible. They do cut out Skull Knight, which is kind of like, well, now you can't progress the story. It was a very narrow-minded. It seems like it was a very narrow-minded adaptation. They left out a lot. I don't like it because as much as I love the Bakano anime, it's amazing. Unfortunately, they kind of wrote themselves into a corner in regards to being able to adapt the rest of the light novels because they left out a lot of key elements. Like, at this rate, they're gonna need to just, like, start from the beginning again if they ever try to do a Bakano anime. Which I hope they do, and I hope they do it just as well as the original 13 episodes. Let's see. Everyone misunderstood Ragatha. The horror of kindness. Wait, that sounds like one of the video I was going through my Google Doc earlier of like video ideas that I've had for years. That sounds like something I would have written. No, I haven't seen that one though. That should be really good. Yeah, that'd be a good watch. Although I might not watch that until after I write my Ragatha video. So that way, like, someone else's view on the character doesn't put too much of an impression on my view of the character. Because when I write videos, I very much want to hold on to, like, the specific vision of them that I have before I go looking too much into other people's thoughts on the character. So, I might wait on that one. I know I'm going to wait a while, because I'm not going to finish my Ragatha video until after the final episode comes out. But I'm evil Ragatha! This stream has been a nice test, though, of how I want to start doing my streams moving forward, to where I'm more just, like, focused on the flow state aspect of streams, of just doing and talking about exactly what I want. Instead of, alright, today we gotta play Sonic Crossroads for 2 hours, and then we go into DK Bonanza for 2 hours, and then it's like, eh. Maybe I shouldn't plan things so much. I gotta do my mandatory Crossroads so people can remember that I exist. You know, I couldn't care less anymore. I would rather build up an audience that watches me for me, and not because I play in a niche. Which is, it's really weird, because it's like, it's not like a new discovery, like, oh, I just realized this. It's something I've known for a while, but unfortunately, I just wasn't practicing it. I kind of fell into a cycle there. And hey, for what it's worth, I met some amazing people through my Crossroads phase, so I think it was worth it for that alone. I also enjoy how I've made myself more available outside of streams, instead of putting so much time in the week into streaming that I just have, like, no time to just, like, hang out with somebody. That's been really nice. That's been really good for me. I could watch it over the weekend. I will just be muted, most likely. Oh, Vampire Hunter whatever it's called. Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna watch it one way or another. I need to watch Daredevil Born Again. The new episodes came out this Tuesday. Keep forgetting to watch those. Not a huge fan of episode 1 of season 2. It wasn't the step up from season 1 that I was hoping it would be. And it's like, I just can't help but compare it to the original Netflix show. I'm sorry. I can't not. I try to judge things for what they are, but it's just, I'm sorry. I have to compare it. It's a direct follow-up to it. I kind of have to. So far, I'm not impressed. But, well, I'm gonna keep watching it. I love those characters. I want to see what's going on with them. There's also a surprising lack of, like, Daredevil video essays, which is crazy, because it's one of, like, the best TV shows ever. Thankfully, there's plenty of Andor essays. I'm not saying I'm not gonna make any just because there's already a lot. Because I'm sure I have unique perspectives to give on the series. But not as urgent for me. I like mostly to focus on things that, like, nobody's talking about. Like Gintama, Sophia and Elena, Daredevil, and other stuff that I can't think of at the moment. I don't know if there's any. I haven't looked for any monster essays. I've seen a couple out there. I don't know if they're, like, scarce or not. But yeah, my next essay after looking through all my notes, my next one honestly might be on Grimmer. I think I'm long overdue to talk about that character. So good. That whole show in general, there's a lot I could talk about. Well, I say show. My exposure to Monster has actually been through pretty much just the manga. I started watching the anime, but it was like right after I finished the manga, so I was like, I've already been here. So, when I was younger, I used to be able to, like, obsess over things and not get burnt out on them, but, like, now I just, like, I need to move between things more frequently. I can't hyperfixate on one thing for too long. I don't know what changed. I guess that's just what happens. Our brains just develop over time, and we just can do things differently when we're younger. I say we as if most people have brains that work the way mine does. That's another, like I was saying earlier, doing like a deep dive into the psychology of Crollo Silver. I'm not saying I'm a psychopath like him, but the way he feels just so detached from people and this just reality is just disturbingly, it's disturbingly close to home for me. So I definitely think I can relate to him on that level. Also, Claire from Bakano has a similar thing. However, I've already actually made a video about him. About him and Shane. Pretty much dived into everything I could for those characters. So I think I'm good on them. But there is no shortage of things for me to talk about with Bakano. Which is something that nobody's really talking about. Like, there's already very few videos on the anime. There's, like, nobody talking about the light novels. There's, like, some reviews here and there, but there's no, like, video essays, which I get video essays on light novels are hard to make. I can speak from experience on that, because there's, like, hardly any visuals to work with. So, it's hard, but I've somehow managed to pull through on a few videos. I don't know how I did it. I even rewatched them somewhat recently, and I was just like, damn, how did I pull that off? It still made it somewhat visually interesting. A lot of cheating. A lot of reusing stuff and creatively altering a few images and character art. Do something visually stimulating with them. Galvanizes you? Gray matter? I wanted to be forearms! Type 1 if you understood that reference. Type 2 if you understand why I referenced that after reading Galvanize. Call me a galvanic mechamorph the way I be upgrading. Oh! Holy shit. Dude, I actually might have been able to save that. Yeah, the Galvans. Are you a Ben 10 enjoyer? I don't think we've ever talked about Ben 10. I am very critical of that series. A lot of missed potential there. Nothing I feel like I need to really talk about. I feel like that's been talked about enough. I don't think I really have anything to say on that hasn't been said. Like in terms of a video essay. I liked Azimuth. What I don't like is how inconsistent he and a lot of the characters are in those shows, especially Ben. Oh my god, Ben. Bro, pick a fucking lane. Like, are you an egotistical asshole or not? God damn, that show is that franchise is frustrating. It's got so much it could be, and it just doesn't fucking pick a lane. It doesn't know what it wants to be. I know it's not really the fault of the creatives, it's fucking the fucking network, but it's a shame, man. It could be so much. It just doesn't commit to anything. His relationship situations were... Yeah, oh god, the way he treated Julie... That... Jesus Christ, Ben needs to be fucking... He needs to be beat up by villains more. Like, there's times where I want to love Ben, but he's also, like, just a really bad protagonist a lot of the time. At least when he was a little kid, it was understandable, but when he's, like, older like that, and he's just, like, treating people like shit, it's just, like, Jesus Christ. It's really weird, because, like, in parts of Alien Force, he's an amazing character. He's wise, and he, like, you can tell he's learned a lot from his journeys in the first series, and then out of nowhere, they're just like, yeah, let's make him an asshole. Like, Julie, Jesus Christ, she deserves so much better than him. Thank God they split him up from her later on. But then they had him, like... It turns out that he, like... he gets married to Kai, I think her name was. Which, from what I remember, the two of them had, like, no chemistry. They just, like, hated each other most of the time. It's not even, like, an opposites attract type thing. They just, like, were just not good for each other at all. Ben 10 is frustrating, man. It's so cool, but it's so bad at the same time. Have you seen 5 Years Later, Sin? That takes advantage of Ben 10 and Danny Phantom very well. Very effectively. I loved 5YL. It's not even over yet, I don't think. I think there's like one or two more like chapters that need to come out. At least for the motion comic. I don't know if I could finish reading it. I don't know. When the ex-villain Kevin has been... Oh yeah, Kevin is based. Kevin is a... Okay, Kevin's characterization, from what I remember, is pretty consistent. His... Hang on, let me see if I can remember how to zoom in on the... His backstory, on the other hand... Oh my god, what were they... What were they doing? Talk about... The amount of retconning with Kevin's backstory is mind-numbing. But yeah, overall, Kevin is the GOAT. Kai is so bad, she's only there for the werewolf alien and their son literally has to come back from the future just to keep them together. Yeah, that's how bad the relationship is. That's really weird. For what it's worth, though, Ben 10 is fun. It's just frustrating. I haven't seen the reboots at all. I've been struggling to find places to watch it, but now that I have certain resources, I might be able to watch it on there. And honestly, Omniverse, pretty good for what it is. I understand it's a pretty big departure from the other series, but I like it. I like it for what it was. It's fun. I love Rook. There's some really good original characters in Omniverse. Rook is definitely a highlight of the entire franchise, honestly. But yeah, I think the fact that there's so much fan-made Ben 10 stuff speaks to how frustrated people are with how that series ended up. Just how much potential it had. What can I say except you're welcome? Install Streamio. Oh god, don't even get me started on the live-action Moana trailer. Don't even get me started on that shit. Hey, by the way, Sin, you mentioned earlier like an arcadey game for me to play. Here you go. Oh. Okay, I need a blue really bad. I need a bluey. I need to watch... Okay, yeah. So I haven't seen much of Bluey, but I think a lot of the stuff that people praise Bluey for, you will find in Sophia the First. So there's another sell for you guys. Like, it being surprisingly mature for a show that's meant for very small children as the, like, main target audience. However, I don't think that necessarily means it can't be enjoyed by more than that. Like, Sophia the First and Elena of Avalor were made by people that really gave a shit about that world and those characters. Like, they wanted to make the best stories they could. And it really feels like they didn't have a lot of limitations either. Which is crazy. And what I really appreciate about those shows too, I'm sure there's a lot of people in the fandom space that would disagree with me on this. I love how they didn't get into, like, romantic drama in those shows. At least not with, like, the main cast. It was just really refreshing. Because, like, you go from, like, The Legend of Korra into Elena of Avalor. Both have, like, a... What do you call, like, a group of characters that's... It's not... Because there's more that... You can't just say a trio, because there's... In Korra, there's, Mako, Bolin, Korra, and Asami. That's, like, the squad, I guess. I'll just call them the squad. That dynamic is good sometimes when there's not, like, romance BS going on. Except Mako. Mako's never good. Fuck Mako. But man, that whole dynamic, that whole squad just really gets just, like, ruined when they try to throw in, like, romantic drama in there. And, you know, going into Elena of Avalor, and I'm seeing, like, you know, Gabe, Mateo, Naomi, Elena. I'm like, oh god, it's gonna happen with them too, isn't it? No. There was a little bit of a thing going on with Gabe and Naomi, but they really don't get that deep into it, which, again, might be disappointing to some people. But honestly, I prefer that over, like, just bullshit that I've seen a million times in other shows. It's just really refreshing. And yeah, there is, like, nuggets of, like, maybe something between Elena and Mateo, and a little bit with Elena and Gabe, but There's not like a love triangle. There's no drama between them. It's just like yeah, the characters butt heads. There is drama between the characters, but there's no like, I can't believe you cheated on me for Gabe, you know, type shit. It's just really refreshing. Like, they very easily, maybe, and again, maybe because it's on Disney Junior, maybe they weren't allowed to do that. And honestly, maybe we need more Disney Junior shows. They didn't feel the need to shoehorn in this romance bullshit. And I'll be honest, I think that even kind of bogs down Last Airbender a little bit. I'm not a huge fan of Aang and Katara. I don't think it's horrible, but the age gap thing is kind of weird. But I don't know. I feel like I would have just kind of preferred that if they were just like homies the whole way through. I don't think them being in a romantic thing, at least like at that age, maybe like if they got older and there was like a sequel series that delved into them, sure. But like at that point in their lives, I don't really know if it was needed. I don't think it really added anything to their characters. There were good moments. I'm not saying it was completely worthless, like it was with like fucking Korra and Mako. But it wasn't like, I don't think it was necessary. Bolin is the best character, is no changing my mind. Yeah. I think when we did that, like, that tier list, he was, I think we all agreed he was like an S tier character. I think I remember putting like Varric, Bolin, and I almost said Elena, and Korra in S tier. I'm sure there were others too. Probably Tenzin. He was probably in S tier as well. And then Bahin kept calling Tenzin's son Tommy Pickles. It's not really an age gap. He was literally frozen in a moment. No, not that kind of age gap. No, not that drastic of an age gap. The whole, like him being like 12 and her being like, what, 14? Just like, it's the same sort of problem with earlier on with where Amy and the age gap between Amy and Sonic. It's not something that I personally take too seriously, and I don't think it was the main problem with Katara and Aang's relationship. It's just another part of it that, like, I'm like, that I didn't love. Thankfully, they abandoned, giving Sonic characters ages. Yeah, I was just thinking that too. Yeah, we are actually getting a sequel series. I think it's a movie, actually, with those characters as adults. And maybe I'll be more into Katara and Aang's ship there. But yeah, I just wasn't all that into it in Last Airbender. Like I said, I didn't hate it. I just think the series would have been just fine without it. I have a nuanced opinion on the internet? Like, I understand if people enjoy that ship, I just don't. But I don't hate it either. You like pancakes, so you must hate waffles. But no, I'm not the type of person that's like, oh, this character is technically, like, they were frozen in time for this long and then they come back. It's really weird that technically they're 50, but, you know, that doesn't bother me most of the time. Because actually that happened with Elena too. She was trapped in that amulet for over 40 years. So she's technically over 50 years old. But that doesn't bother me at all. It's as Francisco says, this is how I know you're still a teenager. Oh, one day you'll be ready to rule. if Aang and Toph got together, that would have been wild. How so? I think age range-wise, that would have made more sense. But yeah, Aang and Katara isn't that bad. It's just like puppy love. The age gap maybe is a little awkward, but I don't think it's that big of a deal. I don't know, that's a very touchy subject. Everyone has different thoughts on that sort of thing. I think it's one of those things that doesn't have a concrete conclusion. It's just like, yeah, it's weird, but at the same time, they're not, you know, old enough for that really to be an issue. It's just like, they're just like little guys, you know? Ooh, I really don't need these greens right now. Actually, they're called Michaels. One day. But other than that, I have like very few critical things to say on Avatar. Goated show. I haven't really thought about, like, obviously it's a very deep show. I've brought it up in some of my video essays as like examples of things. I don't know if I would make an Avatar-centric video on like any one character. Cause it's like, what could I offer that nobody else has talked about? Because like I said, I mostly like to talk about really niche stuff that nobody's making videos on. That being said, I do think there's some things in Attack on Titan I could bring to the table that I haven't seen anyone talk about. Specifically with, like, Levi. My game capture's frozen? Wait, what the fuck? It is. Wonder how long that's been a thing. Okay, well. Let's just do window capture, I guess. Thank you for pointing that out. Whatever, it doesn't really change anything. Opposite elements and personalities, so the whole opposites attract motif, right. Well, that's the thing, too, is, like, Toph and Aang's dynamic is already so much fun. Do they need to be in a romantic thing? And, like, that's how I feel about Katara and Aang, honestly. It's like, I don't think it really hurts for them to be in one, but also I don't think it would have hurt for them to not be in one, so it's like a take it or leave it thing for me. What the fuck? Why? How is it still frozen when I'm doing window capture? Has it been frozen the entire time I've been playing Tetris? There we go. I don't think it was, actually, but... It's so weird. Yeah, that's the only... There wasn't one over that. That's so weird. Yo, I saved it. We're pretty close to the top, but we saved it. See, this right here, this is how I want my shoes to be moving forward. I mean, y'all probably don't notice the difference, but I'm just more naturally moving between, like, my flow, instead of, like I was saying earlier, like, oh, we have to play Crossworlds for exactly 2 hours, and then we played Bonanza for 2 hours. Like, I do, just because I miss Bonanza so much, I do want to start the next stream with that, or at least play it in the next stream. But other than that, I'm not gonna fucking force myself to, oh, we have to do this exactly in order to get maximum viewer retention. I don't give a shit anymore. Like, and this is how my mindset on streaming used to be. I guess I just kind of lost sight of that at one point, but my whole thing with streaming is, if I'm having fun, you know, anyone who happens to tune in, potentially could be having fun as well. I think that's the best way to make my streams as good as they can be. It's to entertain myself, first and foremost, and if anyone else happens to be enjoying as well, then cool. I think it's the best way for everything to be natural. Why I just go off vibes, yeah. Clearly, I wasn't doing enough to keep the attention of the Crossworlds community. So, that or I just wasn't lucky enough with the algorithm, although I question that. Because there wasn't... Like, all you had to do is, like, open... all you would have to do is, like, open the Twitch category and you would just see me there. I also wasn't socializing enough in the community. That was a big part of it too, but I just... Trying to stream and interact with people like that off stream was just like... I tried it. I just... My social battery is just not big enough for that. So, I'm the kind of person, I can't go out of my way to get people's attention. I just have to exist and do my thing, and if people notice me, cool. If not, at least I'm having fun doing what I'm doing. That's the most important thing. General good life lesson is just like, live for yourself, and if anyone happens to meet you where you're at and acknowledge and wants to join you along for the ride, you know, that's totally up to them. And I am fortunate enough to have people. Not only people that will do that for me, but people who whose company I enjoy enough for me to do the same for them. To take interest in the things that they do, even if they're things that maybe necessarily I am not interested in, but like... It's just, it interests me to learn about my friends, even if things they're into aren't always things I personally am engaged in. And it's not even like, oh, I have to force myself to do this just for my friend. It's like, it's genuinely interesting for me to like learn about things through people whose company I enjoy, even if it's a thing that I don't usually care about. Which I think is definitely... It's not something I used to be able to do. I used to be so caught up in my own, like, insecurities and stuff that I didn't used to know how to just, like, let my own, like, ego go, I guess, to just, like, experience someone else's world, so to speak, and appreciate other people for who they are, outside of, like, what I expect, what I wish reality was like. And, adapting to that has made existing a lot easier. Because reality is not always going to be what I want it to be. So just kind of like... It's not a matter of accepting things for the way they are, it's more a matter of just making the best of what you got. Sort of situation. It's not a defeatist mentality so much as it's a... Acknowledge what you have and what is in front of you, and make the most out of it, because you can do a lot with that. It's Twitch call option. Also, there's something I've been wanting to talk to you about behind the scenes. Yeah, hit me up. God, I'm so hungry. I bet dinner's done by now. I don't even know what we're having tonight. I know we're having garlic bread, with something, but I don't know what we're having it with. I need to put Tetris down. How long have I been streaming? Oh yeah, at this rate I'll just end it 4 hours. Oh! No, I should have put the blue in there. Ah, we're fucked. Good talks, by the way. This stream has been a very good mental reset for me because there were times where I had an active chat and we talked about good stuff. And there was a long period where I didn't have an active chat, but I was still able to keep myself entertained. Which I'm sure the lurkers appreciated, if there were any. Like, it was less about what can I do to keep viewer retention and more about what can I do to keep myself engaged in the stream. Because I'll be honest, right before I got burnt out, I noticed there were some streams where I was like looking at the, at the time. Which is like, oh god, I'm doing the thing I used to do at work. That is not bueno. My streams shouldn't feel like a fucking chore. I should be enjoying every second of it. So that was how I knew that was how I could tell a burnout was coming on, and oh boy did T1. I think when I was in Aya's chat, I don't remember. Yeah, I think it was in Aya's chat when I was on Aya's stream the other day. Yeah, T1 put it perfectly. Like, I got hit by a burnout nuke. I just burnt out on everything. Like, AoE burnout blast. See, but like, okay, this too. The stuff we've been talking about in this stream, this is more what I want my streams to be like. I've been, like, talking about, like, character stuff, like, story, like, just all that kind of, like... I want more big brain yaps. Like, doing the stimming stuff is fun, but that was, like, all my stream, like, 99% of what my streams were for a while there. And I think that was part of why I burnt out, too, is I wasn't tapping enough into talking about things I'm passionate about, and it was more, like... just, like... And that's the thing, too, is, like, those streams, as fun as they are, they're also kind of forgettable. I'm not saying, like, time spent with friends and having fun is forgettable. It's just not as, like... When a stream doesn't have, like... intellectual substance to it, at least for me, it's just not as, like, memorable for me. I'm not saying it's not meaningful, because I think definitely those sorts of silly streams are meaningful to me. I just, think they would be more meaningful to me if I didn't do them as much. I think that's the takeaway from that I've learned from these recent months of streaming. More big brain talk, more moderate levels of more infrequent collab streams, I think. Unless they're specifically like one-on-one collab streams with a person who I know will engage with these sort of conversations. But the people who don't do that don't mean any less to me, and I'm not just saying that because those people might be watching. I genuinely mean that. I like having a goof and a gaff with people. I just don't think I can... Just... For the way my brain works, I think I crave certain topics on stream. Expressing myself in certain ways more than that. Just by nature. Hard to do with an audience, easier to have big brain talk when one-on-one or if you have someone on call. Yeah. Yeah, with me, I just need to get myself in the right mindset. Thankfully, I've been, like, hard focused on, like, writing and making my video essays and stuff recently, so I've already been in that mindset. So I definitely want to reframe my streams to be focused on this sort of stuff. For sure. So definitely more writing streams to come. However, I have been kind of burnt out on writing Madalena, I won't lie. Just when I try to sit down and do it, I was really hoping I wouldn't burn out so soon, because I mean, I wrote not a small amounts, but I was hoping to be able to do more. I was hoping to be able to finish a draft before I burnt out. But unfortunately... Tetris Effect! That's what I was talking about that earlier. I couldn't remember what it was called. Yeah, that could be fun. Be nice if we could find a way to play it without me having to spend money on buying it. Maybe some sort of net play thing or something. Because I did just buy Sworn. So I really don't need to buy any other games for a while, because that was like 15 bucks, which isn't a lot. However, it's a lot for me. In my situation. To be fair, it was on sale, so that was part of why I bought it. And, you know, Tweet told me that it's literally Hades multiplayer. I had to get that. That was an immediate sell for me. Well, not just that, but like I looked at the trailers and I was like, oh yeah, this is like, I'm gonna love this. Which I might be playing that with him later tonight. I don't know. He's still live. First things first is I'm gonna need to eat. Yeah, I'm definitely more interested in having more engaging conversations on stream as opposed to funny Sonic feet mod, you know, as fun as those are. The sorts of conversations. It just like mentally degrades me doing too much of that. Just effect is 40 clams per full price. Looking for a sale or a key, yeah. I mean, like I said, what platform is it on? Or platforms? Because, you know, depending, we might be able to, you know, emulate it. And depending on the emulator, I might be able to play netplay. Oh, it's like a modern currently active game? In that case, I probably do have to buy it then. Oh, hey, there's no shortage of stuff to play. And honestly, Crossworlds is good for that sort of stuff. Like my stream of T1, I think I've done streams with other people. Like my streams with Bretta. We played Crossworlds. We had really deep conversations playing that. So it is good for that, for sure. I just... I don't know. The way my brain works, man, is just when I focus too much on something and then I try to go back to it, I just feel nothing for it. And I hate to say that was kind of painting the way I was seeing. Like, there's a reason I really haven't been watching streams. Specifically, really, I haven't been watching a lot of Crossworld streams, even by some of my closest friends lately. I don't know. It was just like anything related to that whole scene was just like nothing bad happened with anybody. It's just my mindset on it and me trying to grow on it, and of course me trying to live up to the sort of success that some of my peers in that space were seeing. Just led to a lot of not negative feelings toward those people in particular, just them as, I don't even want to say them as streamers, but like, I guess I was just jealous. I don't know, man. Like jealous, but not, that didn't lessen my, that didn't make my view of them as people any different. It was just, I just felt really guilty for getting so caught up in the, oh god, why am I not doing as good as this person? You know, when I'm putting in just as much effort, if not more. But it had nothing to do with them as a person, it just... I don't know. Not a good mindset to fall into. It just made me like, even just watching them casually just made it like, really hard for me emotionally. And again, it was nothing they did. It was just me, I guess. Me falling into an unhealthy mindset. So, that definitely told me, like, okay, it's literally affecting the way I see people, and me just, like, don't need to hang out in their chats casually. So clearly, this way I'm viewing streaming is really bad. So I definitely had to like take a step back and rethink things. Streaming the other day, and we had good conversations about Dragon Balls. It was dragging the balls. Fucking balls. Yeah, it's like me, you, and Twee are very like we're very fluid in regards to like we can either be really silly or we can be like get really in depth about stuff. However, I've learned personally that I need to lean more into the in-depth stuff. Otherwise, my subconscious is like, you're ignoring this part of yourself too much. I would love... I know he's dead. I would love to, like, have, like, Carl Jung, like, psychologically analyze me. I could probably learn so much about myself. I've already learned so much about myself just reading his work. But, like, if he specifically could like, psychoanalyze me, dude. I just feel happier when I engage with things deeply more than when I do silly stuff. It's not that I don't ever want to do silly stuff, it's just that, like, I think my baseline needs to be big brain, you know? I just feel happier when I engage more with that part of myself. However, I have learned that if I... Honestly, Bretta's video on Amy in Frontiers really helped me put into words a lot. The struggle of feeling guilty about certain aspects of yourself, not engaging with them, and then, like, psychologically suffering because of it. It's kind of Amy's arc in Frontiers a little bit. I do wish we got a better conclusion to it, like maybe her becoming more well-rounded. Maybe her being less, like, serious and mature, and more her being, like, a little bit of a mix of silly, girly pop Amy, and a little bit of a little more crude and headstrong, but also level-headed and mature. Hopefully moving forward we see more of a balanced Amy. Yeah, that's what I try to aspire to be, is more of a balanced version of myself. Not leaning too far into one aspect, otherwise I've learned that the brain does not like that. The soul does not like that. Yeah, I've been trying to... Yeah, I hope Nod's doing well too. That's all I'll say on that. There's only so much you can do for people. You know, you put yourself out there for them. You make yourself available, whether or not they want to... Whether or not they need to, honestly, even engage with that is up to them. They'd be like, well, I did this, so you should... It's like, well, you know, maybe they don't need your company. Yeah, it's like that, conversation, Pomni and Kinger had. You know? It's like, you don't need to beat yourself up for not always being what someone needs at that moment. What's important is that you're there when they do need you, you know? That's such a... God. That's definitely... My Ragatha... I can't wait to write my Ragatha video, man. I mean, I could write it now. I don't know why I haven't been writing it yet. I guess I just feel like I need to wait until the series is finished. But I could probably at least start making notes. I got the in-depth talks out of Imp. I brought up how I'm not a fan of super nostalgia bait, cheapest French as a whole by listening and painful moments. Yeah, well, that's why I relate to Ragatha so much, is because I've been there where I wasn't spending enough time God, the line where Kinger is like, I think he's like, he asks her like, do you hate yourself? Basically implying like, are you putting enough of that emotional energy that you put into wanting to help others into yourself? And then it begs the question of, is your desire to want to take care of others and be there for them coming from a genuine place of wanting to be there for them? Or is it to fill the void in your soul that you're getting out of not being in tune with yourself enough and not putting enough self-care into yourself? Is it coming out of, is it you subconsciously trying to fill that void by being there for others? You know, and I definitely see a lot of that in Ragatha. I'm not saying she doesn't, that's the thing too, is like, I'm not saying she doesn't care, and I'm not saying that I didn't care back then when I was like heavy into that. But it does get kind of, and I think it shows like when Ragatha, and especially when I, in my situation, lashed out at people, then it was coming from a place of, you're not giving me what I need because I'm putting so much emotional energy into you. Fuck you. You know, that was my subconscious lashing out. I think we see that with Ragatha sometimes too, especially with Jax. You know, that's the selfish side lashing out. Like, yes, that desire to want to be there for others is there, but unfortunately there's also that bottled up repressed side of I need love too. And if I'm not giving it to myself, then I subconsciously expect that out of other people. Even if I don't necessarily realize it. I'm subconsciously putting all this energy into them because I need something out of this too. So, you know, Kinger, and what I've learned is you gotta meet yourself where you're at as well. So that way, your intentions don't get lost in the sauce, so to speak. Lost in the stupid sauce. Because you want to be able to be someone who's like someone who understands themselves and is putting enough self-care energy into oneself, so that way you don't have so much bottled up shit that you end up projecting onto others that takes away from the genuine care that you have for them. So yeah, I'm excited to make my Ragatha video. It's probably gonna get really deep. I think she's the character I can connect with the most for sure. She's my favorite. But I love them all for different reasons. Hey, what's up, fish? I hope you have been well. Part of me wants to fail at Tetris now, because I gotta pee and I'm hungry. And we've hit the 4-hour mark. Actually, no, I can't do this. I can't get into the habit of going longer than I need to. Unfortunately, we need to end it here, so that way I can have energy to stream soon, potentially tomorrow. I'm excited to get back into Bonanza. Bonanza! Yeah, well, yeah, that was a really good stream. That's definitely more in line with how I want to approach streams moving forward. More just, you know, exactly what I want to do in the moment. Oh, you finished Bonanza, eh? No spoilers. Yeah, I'm happy to, I'm excited to get back into it. I miss it, but I didn't want to stream any of it off stream. Well, dinos, let's find someone to raid. Pass on the good vibes. Let's see who's live. Let's see, floppies, avants. Bang, 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 bang. Twee. I think let's maybe pass some love on to our. Usually Twee ends before I do, so this is a rare opportunity. You cried? Uh-oh. Something relating to Pauline, I assume. Okay. I don't know if he's ending anytime soon, but we're gonna read Twee. We'll see what happens. Alright, yeah. I'm just gonna go live when I feel like it. However, it's probably not gonna be any earlier than like 3 PM CST. Earlier than when I went live today. So, I'm just gonna do that for now. I would like to get back into a schedule at some point. But I'm not gonna pressure myself to do that right now. Elena of Avalor, Sophia, the first video essay coming up. Probably not before my next stream, but hopefully soon. So subscribe to... well, subscribe to both of my YouTubes, but subscribe to ZealotPara Stories, specifically for that. I'm wanting to be more consistent with my video essays moving forward. At least for now. I'm probably gonna burn out on it at some point, like I did with streaming, but we'll see. Till then, let's, I'm gonna copy raid message there. Let's, go say hi to Twee. And then I'm gonna go pee. Bye.